Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to race day here at the 2023 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway, which is featuring the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series, which is what we're in now. We're in round one of Super Street, and joining me in commentary this morning, the legend himself, the man of Sydney Dragway commentary, Stephen Bush.
Thank you very much, Stu. Welcome one and all to Sydney Dragway here this morning. I've walking up from where I parked the car. There was some early arrivals up on the eastern bank up there. They had the camp stoves going, cooking themselves breakfast and coffee. We have absolutely fantastic day in front of us, don't we here, Stu? The weather is looking absolutely gorgeous. It was a fantastic day yesterday. We've got our first pair of Super Street cars racing down the quarter mile here at Sydney Dragway. We've got Adam Bowers in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 12.19, taking on Henry Spicak with an 11.80, and Spicak will take it 11.99 with a 3.105 mile an hour to take the win. Had a much better reaction time there, and that probably told the story there for Bowers, who was in the aeroflow lane there, Stu.
Yeah, he dialed in with a 12.1 and ran a 12.6. So I think conditions out there for a few of these guys with their picking their dial-ins, even though they're, like you said yesterday, you've got to be consistent, but yes, with a different change in temperature this morning and air, I'll tell you what, it's going to be tough.
I think it's still pretty cool out there at the moment, so the engine's probably making a little bit more horsepower than what they might expect, but 0.93 on the tree for Chris Samet. Is he going to take the win? And yes, he does. Goes an 11.97 with a 1.05 mile an hour. Got there by 16 thousandths of a second across the finish line,
wow,
though. So that was the margin. You wouldn't have been able to pick that by eye at 100 mile an hour. So the next pair of cars out, we have Shane McGregor in the Ford wagon, dialed in with a 12.65. He's in the aeroflow lane, taking on Jeff Goodwin in the Monaro, dialed in with an 11.10. Both races pretty experienced in these cars. This should be a pretty good tussle.
Yeah, Jeff Goodwin, big perch of the nitrous, just to make sure it gets a direct hit. 0.82 on the tree for Shane McGregor, and 0.56 there for Jeff Goodwin, so there's not too much in it. Shane McGregor, though, he's got to be a little bit careful he doesn't break out. And, well, he did a 12.28 on a 12.65 dial-in. Jeff Goodwin gets the win at 11.17. You
picked it, Stu. That was a pretty big breakout there from McGregor. It was nearly 4/10, so I'm not sure what happened there. Next pairing up, Alan Stevenson taking on Martin Stevenson. What are the chances the team cars facing off in the first round of eliminations? Probably the worst scenario that you could come at as a team, and be taking at least one of your team is progressing, but at the cost of someone else. So,
red light there from Alan Stevenson. He had a second head start on the tree, but unfortunately a big red light. So Martin Stevenson gets the instant win through to the next round of Super Street. Peter Giddens coming out now in the Cortina, one of our track officials here at Sydney Dragway. We've let him out to play this weekend, running for Street Neat Panel and Paint in the Cortina, and in beside him, Dennis Matesic in the big Chevy Camaro. Dennis is dialed in with a 10 flat, and Peter Giddens is dialed in with an 11.21.
Yeah, so the Camaro will have to wait by 1.21 seconds. Doesn't sound like a lot, but Giddens won't be too far away from the 60 foot at that point. He won't be at the 60 foot, but he won't be too far away from it. 0.43 to a 1.41. Giddens all but gave away the head start that he had due to the handicap. Camaro should see the win here, 10.454 at 106.
All right, Brody Tedesco, the Autos Monster Garage, Holden Gemini. He's dialed in with a 10.16. And in beside him, Alicia Teal in her HQ from Cherrybrook, the RJ Industries and Custom Paint. 383 Cube Chev on board. She's dialed in with an 11.18.
I know she was pushing to get into the 10s recently, but the car seems to be pretty happy around that 11.1 second zone. Tedesco, this 400 small block on board in the Gemini, giving the head start to the Gemini, HQ rather. Not too much in this one. There was about 200s. The Gemini with the better reaction time. Chasing down the HQ, and the HQ will take it 11.24 with a 7.1, 16 mile an hour through the finish line. Tedesco a 10.40 with a 2 there.
All right, Christian Norbergen, the Australian Crusher Repairs HQ, he's dialed in with a 10.65, and in beside him, Mark Hopkins in the Hurricane Metal Roofing Tirana. He's dialed in with a 10.82. So you'll hear Steve and I calling out the dial-ins, but we'll also be focusing a lot on the reaction times. In this case, 0.05 of a second advantage to Mark Hopkins. But the other thing you've got to think of too is you've got to play the game sometimes in Dolly Roan racing too at the end of the track.
Yes, that's right. And some races have different theories on whether they dial in a little bit slow and maybe dab the brakes as they go across the finish line if they're next to the car, or there's other people that want to dial in a little bit quick and just be able to hold the car flat out all the way through the finish line and just run their own race. Yeah. It depends which way you want to play the game. There's risks, I suppose, in both ways. And Emmanuel Kandros, he's going to take the win in the Capri. Robert Matisic has red lit himself out of racing with an 0.14 red light. The Capri will be back for round number 2.
Well, this should be a cracker of a matchup. Luke Griffiths from the Northern Beaches of Sydney in the Plymouth Satellite. He's dialed in with a 10.36, and in beside him, Greg Robbins in the Churchill Mechanical at Orange. Ford Falcon, 420 cubes on board for the Falcon, 505 cubes of Mopar. So if you're a Mopar fan, make sure you cheer on your boy, Luke Griffiths.
There's a few Mopars in racing here today. There's a couple of Mopars that are in non-Mopar cars too.
Yes, that's right.
So that's good to see. Majority of racers either picking the Ford or the GM product, but there's a few that like to do things a little bit different. 189 on the tree for Greg Robbins in the Falcon. Tex with a 164. I think he would have liked it to be a little bit sharper than that for the first round, but looks like he should take the win here. He goes a 10.39 with a 3, 117 mile an hour through the finish line to take the win by around about 0.03 of a second.
Yeah, that was always going to be a tough race for Tex first round. Nathan McKenna coming out now in the big Chevy Nova. The Mack Attack is in the house. And David McGlynn in the Morissette Batteries and Tyres. HQ GDS Monaro also running for Fowlers Racing. He's got a little bit of nitrous on board. He's dialed in with a 10.74. Nathan McKenna has dialed in with a 10.05. Well, he's got 540 cubes of big block on it. And Dave McGlynn, well, that's a bit uncharacteristic.
Rare red light there for Dave McGlynn. I tell you what, McKenna was lucky. He red lit by over a tenth, but because McGlynn had already left the red light showing, McKenna given the win. Next up, we'll have Tim Ritzrow in the red Commodore taking on Dale Brown in the Chrysler SRT. The Chrysler dialed in with a 12.65. All but a second head start going to the Rocket Lane here. Ritzrow will have to wait. Just waiting for both cars to come into stage. The full stage is when both pairs of white lights are on. 0.84 on the tree for Ritzrow, has nearly 0.3 of a second up his sleeve and already passed Dale Brown. He should see this one a pretty easy win. Ritzrow been around long enough. 12.48 with a 6, 105 mile an hour. And Dale Brown's racing for the day is done, unfortunately.
All right, we've got Richard Matosevic out there in the Modern Style Kitchens, XY Falcon, taking on Raphael Perry in the Top Form Concrete SS Ute. Of course, Raphael also races in comp in a very, very tough Alton. For this weekend, he's got the Ute out for a bit of fun. 12.21 dial in, 0.042 on the tree. 0.65 though from Richard Matosevic.
Matosevic with a little bit of work to do, not too much, probably a little bit more experience. One of those cars out of the throttle, I think it was the yellow Ute, takes the win at 10.66 with a 9, 114 mile an hour through the finish line. I think Matosevic just a few more laps in that car, maybe knows the car a little bit better. But I'll tell you what, Raphael did a very good reaction time and certainly did make it easy for him.
Absolutely not. Peter Violaris out there now in the Go Logistics 69 Ford XT Falcon. And he's taking on Bruce Ritchie in the big Chevy Bel Air. Bruce has dialed in with a 1070. Peter Violaris has dialed in with 1161.
Nearly lifting that left front there for Villaris in the Falcon. Got a little bit of work to do. Looks like Ritchie has already drawn up beside him and past him. Runs on through for the win. 10.76 with a 113 mile an hour through the finish line for the big Bel Air to take the W. And it looks like Dave Matosevic has the solo into the next round.
Now, of course, you're thinking a solo, for those people that are new to drag racing and haven't seen this style of racing before, there's two ways David could really attack this. He could send it, which is what he's doing now, to really test his dial in. He's dialed in with a 1057. So he broke out a 1054, but because he's on the solo, he gets the win.
Well, that's interesting. We've actually got two solos in Super Street, so I think they should have been a seeded field. So I'm guessing that David's competitor has had an issue. Listen to that LSA scream for Guy Greenland. It's one of the highlights of that car. We hear on the track mic the whine of the supercharger in such a sleeper of a car. 1070 at 128 mile an hour there for Guy Greenland from St Clair. He'll be moving into the next round as well. And I think that draws a close to the first round of Go Logistics Super Street.
And we're about to get into the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters.
That we asked you. We've got 6 rounds of racing in Junior Dragster. It was one of the biggest subscribed fields here this weekend for the 2023 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs at Sydney Dragway. There's 37 cars entered. I don't know if they're all going to front the first round. I did hear there was some issues with some cars running too quick in qualifying or not running a representative time for what they needed to actually qualify. So that's a little bit of a bitter pill for the racers to swallow that didn't qualify. But, the rules are in place for a certain reason. And, I'm sure that, the crews will make the necessary adjustments for the next time they qualify to try and get in the field and get out there to race. Just while we set up for the Junior Dragsters, of course, don't forget we've got our track merchandise stand will be open all day today. You can get all your track merchandise, batteries, cameras, earplugs, sunscreen, all that sort of stuff. And the track merchandise shop is located at the top of the stairs on the Western Mound. If you have not been to Sydney Dragway before, your general admission ticket into the venue also allows you to get into the pits. So if you want to go down and walk around and check out all the cars up close when they're not going past you at 160 k's an hour, get down there and have a look. Check them out, have a chat to some of the drivers, and hopefully they have a bit of time to tell you a bit about their car and what they do, and show you a little bit around. If you are already at the venue or you know somebody that's umming and ahhing about getting out here to Sydney Dragway today, jump online, tell them to get on to jump online, www.sydneydragway.com.au. Click on the events link on the page, grab your tickets online. They're a little bit cheaper than grabbing them at the gate. We're hoping to see a big crowd in the house. The opening ceremony is scheduled for around about 1:30 this afternoon. So from there on, we will be into our Group 1 categories. And of course, we will also be featuring the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Track Championship Series as part of the 2023 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs.
And also, if you're looking for merchandise, guys, make sure you do go down into the pits. If you head down to Jay Marina's pit, he's got some of the Speed Addict Clothing Company merchandise on sale down there. He's got a little store set just outside his pit, so make sure you do go down and check it out. We are into the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters round 1 of 6. And what a way to kick it off. It's the Battle of the Ladies. Savannah Condello dialing in with an 850 in her B-Class Junior Dragster, and she's taking on Alira Cardam, running for Speed Pro and RK Carpentry. Alira dialing in with an 8.03 in her A Junior. So Junior Dragster, we've got the three categories. We've got A class for the older kids, B class for the mid-range, and then the young kids, they are in the C's. But don't let the C's fool you. Even though they only do about 12 seconds, they can still knock out some of the bigger cars. Savannah Condello just rocking her dragster to try and get it to inch forward.
Yeah, very difficult at this time in the morning. The track's just been prepped. I think that's why we run the juniors second, just to break the tackiness of the racetrack. But an 0.73 on the Christmas tree there for Condello. Has a small advantage racing towards the finish line, but looks like Cardam has run a little bit closer to the dial-in and got there by around about 0.05 of a second through the finish line. Cardam will move on to the next round in Junior Drag. So the next pairing up, Stu, will be Charlotte Leifting taking on Liam O'Neill. Here we go. We're talking about an A Junior versus C, and this is exactly what we've got. There is around about 3.1 seconds head start going to Liam O'Neill. Liam is in the Rocket Lane. He's in the C Junior Dragster running for EA Traffic Solutions and Princey Motorsports. We see Joe there leaning over the engine, just making a fine adjustment to the tune-up. There is not a thing that Joe wouldn't know about that engine in that car. He's been tinkering with these little engines for near enough 30-odd years.
He has, and on that subject too, for Joe Princey, if you've got a young kid and you're thinking, you know what, I'd like to have a go in a junior dragster.
Just to give it a try without actually buying one.
That's right, you can actually lease a car, and Joe will help you out, as you can see he's doing with Liam O'Neill in the C-Class Junior. So if you're thinking, guys, make sure you go down the pits, take your kids with you, because you can get a photo of your kid probably sitting in one of these junior dragsters. They've got no issue, the sportsman racers, of having the crowd down there and really talking about their car and talking about their side of the sport. All right, Liam O'Neill, 0.179 on the tree. Charlotte Leifting, 0.128.
So around about 500 advantage going to the aeroflow lane, and she will make it work for her. 8.51 with a 0, 75 mile an hour through the finish line to take the win. O'Neill, not too bad with a 12.09, but just, I think, a combination of a little bit further off the dial-in and a slightly slower reaction time, unfortunately. Just didn't see the win light in his lane. Next pairing up, we'll have Jake McNamara and Alex Rafalo, two local racers here. McNamara's had a couple of issues yesterday in qualifying, so his Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs assault not quite as trouble-free as he would have liked, but at 8.05 is his dial-in. Rafalo dialed in with a 7.99 in the Sydney Waterscapes car in the Rocket Lane. He was our #1 qualifier, went 8.00 with a 0, according to our timing sheet. So
with a 0.00 reaction time. I'll tell you what, this will be a tough race. 0.022 on the tree for Alex Rafalo.
Looks like McNamara's issues have continued. And Rafalo will take a pretty easy win in the end. Goes 8.09 with a 6.79 mile an hour. Just looked like McNamara's car just did not want to play the game. Rolls on through for a 14.23. That car usually pretty bulletproof in its preparation and consistency. So,
well, junior dragsters in general, you very rarely see any of them have a problem, so that's a bit of a weird one. Jacob Longo from 5 Dock, the RMJ Mechanical Repairs B-Class Junior. He's dialed in with an 8.80, and in beside him, Sienna Clifton in the A-Class Junior. Sienna has dialed in with an 8.01. She was our #9 qualifier with an 8.035. And Jacob Longo, well, he qualified at number 21 with an 8.80.
Longo, our current tied points leader for Junior Dragster in the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series. on 180 points. Away with an 0.32. I think he's going to have this one in the bag. He's got 3/10 up his sleeve. I don't think Sienna's going to make that up. 8.81 with a 2. 73 mile an hour there for Longo to take the win. I tell you what, he didn't back off. He was only 12 thousandths over the dial in there. So, yes, lucky, I guess. But there would have been a fairly noticeable gap there with you know, a 3/10 advantage off the start line.
All right, Piper Bennett from Alfred's Point, the Stratus form B-Class Junior. Piper's dialed in with an 8.59. And in beside her, Archie Boscovich in the Liverpool Glass Diecast Mania Bosco Autos sponsored B-Class Junior. He's dialed in with an 8.64. The future stars of drag racing on show here at the 2023 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. 37 Junior Dragsters.
You see Archie just rocking the car, trying to break the adhesion of the start line. These cars are a little bit tricky to drive slowly because they're a centrifugal clutch. They run a rubber belt basically off the a front hub on the crankshaft, and then that goes through basically a sheath type system that changes the ratio as the car goes down the racetrack. But to move slowly can be a little bit tricky. Looks like Bennett, unfortunately, has a red lit 0.52 red, handing the win to Boscovich. Basically gets a free shot at another run here. Goes 8.70 on his 8.64. 75 mile an hour.
All right, Zane Condello in his A-Class Junior, he's dialed in with an 8.90. And Carl Schultz from Corona Downs in Queensland, the Schultz and McKnight family in his A-Class Junior, he's dialed in with a 7.95. And Zane Condello, 8.90. Carl was our number 8 qualifier with an 8.02 with an 8. And Zane Condello, well, he was our number 28 qualifier with an 8.87 with a 4. So you can see Carl trying to wiggle his dragster just to break the traction a little bit so he can roll it forward.
Well, 0.93 light on the tree for Condello has a little bit of an advantage over Carl in the rocket lane. And Carl gets there, goes 8.06 with a 5 on a 7.95. Condello, unfortunately, just a little bit further away from the dial-in with a 9.09 with a 1. I think, unfortunately, that's both Condello cars out. Round number 1. Next up, we'll see Elias Matter in the A Civil Junior Dragster. He's taking on Alex Rottenbury. Rottenbury running for Hunter Race Engines and High Tech Oils. Alex was leading the point score after round 1, but has not shown for round 2 or 3 in the championship. So that's pushed him down the order quite a ways.
I can hear a little bit of a change in idle there, Steve, through the track line.
I think it's Johnny Lucci's dragster, which is up next. The idle seems to always be set pretty high on that. Sounds like it's almost dragging on the belt, which I was mentioning before. But Rottenbury dialed him with an 8.03. He's going to have to chase by nearly 0.2 of a second to Elias in the aeroflow lane. So the aeroflow lane will lead first. 0.83 to a 1.65. Matter with the advantage. And he'll take it to the finish line, 8.21 with a 6 on an 8.20.
Well, these junior dragsters, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, over 200 metres. These cars are quicker than your average street XR6, XR8 Falcon or your V8 Commodore. All right, Zach Ruffalo, the Sydney Waterscapes dragster, dialing in with an 8.18. And Johnny Lucci running his C-Class Junior. He's dialed in with a 12.10.
It's been a pretty good weekend by the sound of it for the Ruffalo team already. Let's see if Zach can stay in and go with his brother into round number 2. 8.18 the dial in. As Stu said, he will have to wait. There's near enough to 4 seconds head start going to the rocket lane. Test Zach's patience just a little bit.
Yep. Zach been racing Junior Dragster for a number of years now, so he's got plenty of experience.
Lucci away with a 1.03, Ruffalo with an 0.52. And Lucci takes it, goes 12.15 with a 6. I don't think Ruffalo got there. No, he didn't. So something may be going amiss there with Ruffalo's car. He had a little bit better reaction time, but ran a few tenths off the dial in and just did not get there first to the finish line.
All right, Daniela Aksiak from London, the Lushan A-Class Junior. Daniela dialing in with a 7.98. Levi Nazevic from Hallam in Victoria from Addictive Performance. He's dialed in with a 7.99. It's pretty much a heads-up race, Steve.
Yeah, pretty much. We're not going to pick that difference in the dial-in on the Christmas tree. Daniela, our other half of the joint leadership of this points table so far, tied with Jacob Longo. Now, Longo's already gone through to the next round. Aksiak will definitely be wanting to do the same.
I would still love to have a drive for one of these A-Class Juniors one day, Steve. They look like so much fun.
Maybe we should do a commentator's challenge.
I reckon that's a fantastic idea.
We find all the commentators that don't, that are always busy come out and say, yeah, I'll give it a crack.
Well, I've been saying for years I'd like to race Chad Nailon in one of these.
Well, see, you and Chad will actually fit in one fairly easily. I think maybe Rusty and I would probably struggle a little bit, and I know Mark probably will as well.
Well, an 0.91 on the tree there for Levi Nazevic. And Levi gets the win, an 8.09 with a 5. And Daniela Aksiak, an 8.03 with an 8. Just the reaction time there. All right, Taylor Smith coming out now in the Northwest Parts and Performance B-Class Junior, also sponsored by Armadale Windscreens. Our number 25 qualifier with an 8.96 with a 7.
All right, that's Dylan Nezovic in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 7.95, running for Addicted Performance. Smith has dropped into deep stage there, so dropping out the top white light. She can do that all she likes, but what it does mean, Stu, is she is now closer to the red light beam. So what do? Do you slow? It's actually, I think, more difficult to slow the reaction time down so that you don't red light, and I think that's exactly what she's done there. Gone 6.03 on the tree, handing a fairly big reaction time advantage back to Dylan. Now I can just see there's some stuff happening on the start line there. That were just bumping the car in with a foot, I think, there at the last second. So that will be a discussion between the crew and the meeting director, I believe. But Jacob Schulz and Tegan Smith to do battle now. Jacob from Carrara Downs in Queensland. We saw Carl run earlier today. I think he's already through to the next round. Smith in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.04. Has 4.21 seconds that she has to wait for Jacob. He's going to be well past the 60-foot.
Yeah, Tegan Smith was our number 2 qualifier with an 8.00 with a 7. The Lucas Oil and APM sponsored dragster. All right, Jacob Schultz, 0.292 on the tree. And Tegan Smith, a 0.142. She's going to be careful that she doesn't break out here, Tegan.
Oh, Stu, you've picked it. That's exactly what she's done. 7.97 with a 1, 79 mile an hour through the finish line. She got there by nearly 5/10 of a second, Stu. Big closing speed there. A difficult thing to do. It's easy to go charging on past, but yeah, all she had to do there was just probably get off the throttle a little bit earlier, and the wind light would have been in her lane. But Schulz will move into the next round.
Once again, that's the C class, knocking out an A class. We were talking about that yesterday during qualifying. Bailey Tandek from Peakhurst in one of the A Civil dragsters. They've got 2 here this weekend. And he's running in A class junior dragster. He's dialed in with an 8.16. And in beside him, Sarah Osborne from Lamb Warren in Victoria. Sarah has dialed in with a 7.96. A few little issues during qualifying. She was our number 33 qualifier with a 10.79. But it's all about today. It's all about race day.
I tell you what, 0.74 on the tree. Osborne with the advantage here. Not much of one, but it's still an advantage. Will it pay dividends? And it does. Goes through to the next round with a 7.97 with a 4 on a 7.96.
Yeah, so Bailey Tandek unfortunately has to put his car back on the trailer, but that's racing. Out round 1. All right, Carlos Harvey from New Zealand in the Yuasa Batteries B-Class Junior. Of course, his dad races a very, very quick Factory Extreme 2J.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the fastest 6-cylinders in the country, if not the world.
Oh, in the world.
He's definitely in the top 10 in the world, which is no mean feat. The effort that's gone into that car is second to none. And, you know, it's good to see that he's got the next generation in preparation for furthering their racing career. Carlos, 8.56 the dial in here. He will lead first and be chased by Clifton.
Now, Clifton actually deep stage, Steve.
$8.72 with a 3 on an 8.56 for Carlos, and an 8.08 with an 8 there for Clifton. One of those cars did sound like it stumbled ever so slightly on the hit of the throttle, but
now this should be an absolute killer matchup. I would kind of say that Chloe Ryko did not want to be up against Ryan Pettiford in the first round. Chloe running the A-Class Junior, dialing in with a 7.95. Ryan Pettiford in the Fine Line Motorsports B-Class Junior, he's dialed in with an 8.62. This is round 1 of 6 of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters.
Reiko's car sounds like it has a little bit of a miss when she's moved forward and done the test launch there. But still a little bit of hesitation there on the throttle. through there, just making some some adjustments to the carburetor. Most of these cars that running, all of them pretty much running methanol. Single cylinder side valve. Some of them producing near enough to 50 odd horsepower, which is pretty impressive out of an engine it's probably only around about the biggest I've seen is about 550 cc's or thereabouts. And some of them probably nudging 8 grand or thereabouts in the RPM. So yeah, they do pretty good for what they are. Most of them all billet blocks, billet heads. There's not much factory stuff in them anymore. Pettiford in the rocket lane, away with a 005 light. That's a big advantage over Reiko at 131. Pettiford should see the win in his lane, and does. Goes an 871 with a 4 on an 862 to move into the next round.
And Chloe Reiko went a 795 with a 6 on a 795 dial-in. All right, Kate Fowler from Arcadia Vale in the B-Class Junior. He's dialed in with an 11.40. And Siobhan Harvey running for UASA Batteries and Speedflow and Team Bray Racing. Her A-Class Junior. Siobhan has dialed in with a 7.98. And her dad Rod just doing the tuning on the car. In the top 10 list, as far as I'm still aware, in the world with his 2J. I'd like to welcome everybody who is watching the live stream, wherever you are around this world of ours. Hope you are enjoying all the action from this morning's first rounds of the Speed Athlete Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series. Oh, red light there, unfortunately for Kate Fowler. So Siobhan is through to the next round of Junior Dragster.
Siobhan takes the win with an 805 on a 798, 064 light too, so not a bad run for her. Both the UASA cars through into the next round. Next up we will see Dakota Bray and Georgia Leafting do battle. Bray in the aeroflow lane, running for Century Batteries, Smith Transport and HPS, dialed in with an 8 flat. Leafting in the rocket lane, running for Speedflow Products, Ice Slushies, Imprint Industries and McGrath's Meats. Dialed in with an 899, so near enough to a second head start going to the rocket lane in this one. Leafting already into pre-stage. We see Benny just pounding the tyre in the back of the car, telling Dakota to get in and go. 006 red for Leafting on the start line. I think Bray let out of jail there was the 364 for Dakota, and red lit and broke out as well. 798 with a 4 on an 8 flat. Good opportunity for Bray to test the dial in for the next round. Next up, we'll have Jeffrey McNiff for St Mary's Engines and Terry's Diffs and Chassis. He's in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 830. He's taking on Harry Reiko, dialed in with an 802.
Yeah, Harry Reiko was our number 10 qualifier with an 8.03 with a 5. But he's got some stiff competition in Jeffrey McNiff. Coming up after the Western Weekend at Junior Dragsters, we'll be getting into modified bike, then super sedan, top sportsman, and then we go into some Chicago shootout with extreme bike and super comp and boosted outlaws. Boosted Outlaws, they put on a great show in their qualifying run last night. So if you love blown alcohol drag cars, make sure you stay tuned to the live stream. Or if you're here at the track, get ready to have your eardrums massaged.
McNiff away with a 172 light, a 1-0-0 for Reiko. And Reiko takes the win 8.05 with a 3 on an 8.02 dial in 75 mile an hour. And McNiff at 8.35 with a 4 on an 8.30. Well, Stu, I think that sounds like that's the last of our Western Weekend Junior Dragsters for round number 1 of racing here this morning, where next category out should be bikereview.com.au modified bike. There's 19 bikes in that field, so there's 5 rounds of racing ahead of those races to get to the final. So I guess there's a lot of racing in a lot of our sportsman categories. The field's pretty well subscribed throughout all the categories here today, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough competition. Mick Tozer just asked, has modified run yet? No, they haven't run yet, Mick. They are coming up, so stay tuned.
If you are at the venue and would like to watch the live stream as well as be here in person, obviously, you can do that. You might be able to hear the commentary a little bit better through your phone in some cases, or you might want to replay a run of a car that you think, oh, that was close and you want to check it out. Jump on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. We are live streaming today up until the opening ceremony, which is slated to take place at around about 1:30 this afternoon. So that live stream will be free on Sydney Dragway Official. It's got to have the official bit in it. Sydney Dragway Official YouTube channel.
All right, Michael Borg on his nitrous-assisted Kawasaki ZX12R down here in the Aeroflow lane. And he's about to take on Mark Davies on his B-Class modified bike. It's a Suzuki GSX-R. Michael Borg dialing in with a 9.80. Mark Davies is dialed in with a 9.60. Oh, it's on, Steve.
Only 2/10 head start going to Michael Borg in the Aeroflow lane. Oh, Borg with a big advantage off the start line, goes 0.31 on the tree. Should see the win light appear in his lane, and he does. Goes 9.83 with a 127 mile an hour on a 9.80.
All right, Ryan Franks on the GSF Engineering Suzuki Hayabusa in the Aeroflow lane. He's dialed in with a 10.40, and in beside him is Lucas Nago, the A&M Stonemason Suzuki GSX-R 1000. He's dialed in with a 9.32. Hear those revs come up. Well, 0.137 on the tree. I think Ryan Franks may have just had a little slip of the tyre off the start line. And Luke Nago, well, he's going to play the game. Yes, he does. He goes 9.65 for the win on a 9.32 dial-in. And Ryan Franks, a 10.91. All right, Thomas Stonham from Sydney Random Riders. Great supporters of Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway, and he's in the Aeroflow lane. He's on board his Hayabusa 955 dial-in. He's taking on David Mead from Orange on this awesome-looking Kawasaki KZ. 1,500 cc's on board. He's dialed in with an 8.80.
Oh, there's 1,000th in it off the start line. Stoneham with the advantage, and I think something gone wrong with Mead's machine, and he'll roll on through there, Stu.
Yep.
But Stoneham already with the advantage and the win light. 9.75 with a 5, 144. Waiting for me to go around turn at the bottom end of the racetrack. Because the braking area here at Sydney Dragway is even longer than the racing surface. So it is a fair ride all the way down to the end.
Right, Stephen Franks dialing in with an 11-0 in the rocket lane, and Mike Lawson on his boozer. He's dialed in with a 970. Well, no, 52 on the tree there for Stephen Franks. Sound like, though, he struggled to get it into another gear there, Steve.
I couldn't even hear it rev up, Stu. He just sort of drove away, and a good light though, but didn't seem to want to go any further than that. And Lawson will take the win on a 10.86, an easy 10.80.
Right, Dean Jamieson, who's up from Casterton in Victoria. G'day to the guys at Casterton Motorcycles. Hope you guys are watching the live stream. Your man, Dean Jamieson, is on track now in the aeroflare lane, dialing in with a 10.30. But in beside him is Bobby Joe Simmons on the Reed Carpentry Suzuki Hayabusa, dialing in with a 9.22. Great to see Dean make the trip up from Victoria. We're on 068 on the tree there for Dean Jamieson. He's got the advantage. Bobby Joe Simmons, a very, very experienced racer, but this might be too big a gap for her to close up. And Dean Jamieson, he gets the win, a 10.51 on a 10.30 dial-in. And Bobby Joe Simmons, a 9.4 on a 9.2 dial-in. All right, the first of our Harleys today. It's Peter Strudwick from Kendall in the HPM Moto Garage at Port Macquarie. He's got 1300 V twin on board. He's dialed in with a 950, and in beside him, Travis McCleverty from Waratah West and the United Speed Shop, dialing in with a 10 flat on his Suzuki GSX-R 750. Well, an 077 on the light there for Travis McCleverty. Peter Strudwick taking the long way down the aeroflare lane. Big move to the left. And Travis McCleverty gets the win, a 10.06 on a 10 flat dial-in. Albie Davison coming out now on the Suzuki TL1000S in the aeroflare lane. Now, he's a double C modified bike, so he's got a power adder on board. And in beside him is Ian Hill from Guandalan, the Pensioner Racing Honda CBR 1000. He's dialed in with a 980, flying the flag for the Hondas. Well, 0.261 on the tree for Albie. Ian Hill, 0.454 reaction time. He's got a lot to make up. And Albie, he gets the win, a 10.85 and a 10.81. Ian Hill, unfortunately, a 9.77 on a 9.80 dial-in, so he broke out. All right, Sean Ricketts out now, who's pretty high up in the points for modified bike, an extremely good racer on board his Kawasaki ZX-12R, dialing with 9.30. In beside him, Johnny Hogg, dialing in with a 1080 on the Harley Davidson FXD. Oh, big turn of the tyre there for Johnny Hogg. Straight away went left over the paint. Luckily, by the look of it, didn't touch the centre, may have touched the centre line or didn't touch it. It was pretty close. I couldn't really see because the Christmas tree was in the way. But Sean Ricketts gets the win, a 932 on a 930 dial-in. But Johnny Hogg, well, he had to have a good hard look at the tree because up against Sean Ricketts, you've got to be on your A game. Speaking about being on your A game, Robert Simmons, otherwise known as the Siminator here at Sydney Dragway, running for Reed Carpentry. He's dialed in with a 9 flat. Had a few little issues yesterday on this boozer, 1297 cc's. And hopefully he is rectified. problems on this bike. That's a little bit better. 0.27 on the tree, 1.52 in the 60. And Rod's on through with a 9.22 with a 7 on a 9 flat. And that is it for round 1 of 5 for modified bike. We're now getting into a super sedan. And Nathan Watt out there now from Charmhaven in the Grants Performance. VL Commodore also running for Burson Auto Parts. And in beside him, Tony Tedesco in the Holden Camaro. It's made the trek up from Victoria. He's got 400 cubes small block Chev on board. He's dialed in with an 878.
Yeah, Tedesco will do the chasing. Nearly 4/10 of a second. That's one light on the Christmas tree. There's 4/10 of a second between each of the amber lights as they count down. 1:01 for Tedesco in the Camaro. 0.30 for Nathan Watt in the VL. Black VL with the advantage. Charging to the finish line, and we'll take it. 9.22 with a 4 at 1:44 there. Tedesco, unfortunately, out of racing.
Just replying to Randall Hurd, who's just put a comment, what kind of vehicle is that with the camper top? If you're talking about the blue tow car, Randall, it's actually a Ford Falcon Ute, mate. That's what it is.
All Ford battle on the start line. We've got Peter Flanetto dialed in with an 865 Stu in the XY GT Falcon. 598 cubes of big block Ford taking on Jimmy Denaro. 363 cubes of Windsor in the Cortina. 936 the dial in for the Cortina. .039 to an 016. Jimmy, pretty consistent about that 030 light, but not sure if he's going to stick in front. No, he does not. 867 with a 5 for the Falcon to take the win at 144 miles an hour. Denaro a 941 on a 936. Out of competition for the day. He will not be happy with that.
No, that's a big scalp too, because Jim Denaro was actually leading the championship on 210 points. The next man that is behind him is David Gruber, who's only 30 points behind, as is Nathan Watt and Andrew Little. As Dale Hartill Law comes out now in the 85 Ford Mustang, dialing in with an 853, and in beside him, Niall Mitchell in the Wicked Customs and Restos Holden Gemini. Niall, reaction time, 0.087, Dale Hartill Law, 0.044. And Niall, well, they both break out, but Niall broke out by the less amount. So he goes through to the next round, a 980 on a 981 dial-in.
Yeah, Niall pretty lucky there, but sometimes we need the computer to tell us who's going to win. Next up, we're going to have Graham Blackman in the Ford Cortina, running for Queanbeyan Engine Services. 340 cubed Windsor in the Cortina, dialed in with a 1066. Taking on Dave Gruber, who you just mentioned. It's up the top end of the tree in the point score. Gruber dialed in with a 922. In the strip rat. Oh, Gruber's thrown it away with a rare red light. The crew, they're all standing with their hands on their head just saying, what happened there? Dave usually very, very sharp on the tree, but he rolled the dice and didn't get it.
And tell you what, that's two big scalps that have been taken out of competition. So effectively, Andrew Little and Nathan Watt, they would have maybe heard that those two races are out of the event. Now they've lost. Now it's up to them to not red light and go rounds.
Well, I think that's the key there. They'll have to go a few rounds to get points. There's that many cars here this weekend that it might not hurt Dave too much to be out round number 1, as long as the people that are close to him don't progress further away. However, there still is time to make up there's a few more rounds after this one. 051 on the tree for Campbell. Victor Sattler-Giannis in the Tirana with an 011. Those two cars welded together across the finish line. Sattler-Giannis will take it. 934 with a 142 through the finish line.
All right, John Pellis from Hastings in Victoria, the Hastings Automotive HQSS, with 540 cubes of Chev power on board, taking on what we call the confused Nissan 300ZX. It's actually got a 408 cubic inch Mopar motor in the front of it. It's Larry Etchell dialing in with 1007. 073 on the tree there for John Pellis.
Yeah, it's with some work to do, making his way to the finish line. We'll come down to who's the closest to the dial in. 9:48 with a 2. 1:35 there for Pellis. He'll take the win and move into the next round.
Naomi Lightowler coming up now in the B&S Waterproofing and Penrite sponsored Pontiac Firebird. Has dialed in with a 9.30, and in beside her is Simon Bonello in the XW Falcon. He's got 428 cubes of Cleveland power on board. He's dialed in with a 9.43. Naomi Lightowler, when she got out of Junior Dragster, she used to drive this car in super gas, got a little bit of experience, and now that she's got more experience, she's now stepped up in the super sedan and doing a great job of it as well. She's dialed in with 9.30. She want to be quick on the lights. Well, an 016 there for Naomi, 058.
Yeah, not much in that one at all, but Lightowler carrying a small advantage towards the finish line here, Stu. Should see the win light in her lane. 9:36 with a 9 at 1:36 to take the win, and Bonello a 9:54 with a 1 there.
Right, Peter Sekenis out now in the BK Race Engines XY Falcon. He's dialed in with an 869, and in beside him, Andrew Little, the man I was just talking about earlier in the 67 Chev Camaro. He's dialed in with a 9.60. So currently sitting 4th in the point score for Andrew.
Little away with a 012 light. A big advantage over Sekenis in the Falcon. The Camaro should see the win line here. Is still out in front and runs on through for a 966 with a 3 on 131 mile an hour on a 960. But an 012 on the Christmas tree.
Well, this will be a tough round matchup, Steve. We've got Sean Marr in the St. Mary's Race Engines HB Tirana, who's dialed in with a 9.13. And he's taking on one of the best looking drag cars in Australian motorsport. That's Leo Georges in the Rocky and Lamatina and Sons Mark 1 Escort panel van. He's got a 400 cube small block Chev in the front. He's dialed in with a 9.06. We call this one the Flying Carrot here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, this car been around a long time in a number of different combinations, but Leo lucky enough to drive it right now. 098 for the van. 020 there for Sean Marr in the Tirana. The Tirana in front and will take the win. 915 with a 0 on a 913. Marr will move into the next round. Leo Georges out round number 1 with a 909 with a 4 on his 906.
All right, Joe Bresciano out now in the Custom Tiling Solutions 68 Chev Camaro. He's got 374 cubes of small block Chev on board. Dialing in with a 9.16. In beside him, Zach Nazevic from Narrawarren in Victoria, running for Addicted Performance. He's got 540 cubes. Yes, that's 540 cubes of big block Chev in that Ford Capri of his.
Yeah, it's in there. It's shoehorned in there.
Speaking about shoehorn, a car coming up has definitely had a little bit of a shoehorn.
Yes, very much so. Bresciano will take this one. 030 on the tree with the green light. Unfortunately for Knezovic, he's left the red light on the bottom of the tree, handing the win to the competitor.
G'day to the guys from Metal Magic Restoration, watching from Whitefish in Montana. Hope you guys are enjoying all the action. And hope you guys are into drag racing and hopefully you guys race yourselves over in Montana. We got Nathan Cowie in the Cowie Signs, Suzuki Mighty Boy down in the Rocket Lane, 400 cubes of small block Chev on board. He's taking on Joe Kabura in the J Performance Transmissions XY dialing in with an 8.96. 018 on the tree there for Joe Kabura. Nathan Cowie keeping him honest though. But Joe gets the win, an 8.97 with a 4 on an 8.96 dial-in to Nathan Cowie's 9.36 on a 9.31. Robert Moore coming out now from Nambucca Heads in that Chevy Nova with the 454 big block in it. And he's taking on Joe Zammit in the Zammit and Bork Racing VL Commodore, the trusty 383 Holden motor in the front. He's dialed in with a 10.07. Good to see Robert Moore having a good round. He goes through. Unfortunately, a red light there for Joe Zammit. 0.009 red. So Robert Moore through to the next round of Super Sedan, as we've got Michael Little coming out now in the Debacle Racing LJ Tirana.
Just as you mentioned, some of our international viewers on the live stream, Stu, from 1:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, we'll be switching over to 7+. So the stream will close here from Sydney Dragway, but it will go to 7+ for all the Australian viewers via the 7+ channel on your device or smart TV, or the 7+ website from 1:45 p.m. If you're international, you can view it on Flow Racing from 1:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time.
All right, Rex Webster, 0.001 red. That is heartbreak there for Rex Webster. Michael Little through the next round of Super Sedan, but Rex Webster, he'll be kicking himself. He did break out. You would have probably seen the instant win line. So I thought, you know what, I'm just going to send it. All right, Lou Palumbo coming out now in the Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrical Holden HX, about to take on Brett McNiff in the St. Mary's Engines Valiant VG. Brett has dialed in with a 9.06, and Lou Palumbo in this nitrous-assisted 400 cube Chev powered Holden, he's dialed in with a 9.10. The mobile stage. Now, he had a few little issues yesterday, didn't he, Steve? Just launching this car?
Yes, he did. They spun the wheel a little bit on each pass. I think all of them less than perfect. But not much in this one in the dial in. 910 for the utility, 906 for the Valiant in the rocket lane for McNiff. Both these races been around a fair while. They know how to play the game. 052 on the tree for Palumbo, 091 for McNiff. McNiff with a little bit of work to do at the finish line. Those cars pretty close, and McNiff will take it. Double breakout. Both cars under the dial-in, but McNiff under by the least goes 902 with a 4 to take the win. He's going to move into round number 2.
And both of them went 902 with a 4 over the finishing line.
Did they? Didn't pick up that they were identical times, but courtesy of the dial-in, McNiff just being that fraction closer.
All right, Chelsea Smith, one of our former Junior Dragster racers, has stepped up in the Super Sedan. She's driving the J&M Auto Repairs Holden Commodore. She's dialed in with a 995, and in beside her, Harry Plessis in the XWGT, dialing in with an 898. Harry Plessis, well, his reaction time of 0.026. And he gets the win, an 8.99 and an 8.98 dial-in to Chelsea Smith's 9.98 on a 9.95. All right, Pete Hamilton coming out now in the Profection Automotive VH Commodore. This is another very, very tough Super Sedan. It runs nitrous. And in beside him, Kerry Stewart in the Profection Automotive sponsored Austin A40. That's got a 355 stroker motor in it. Also sponsored by Cackling Pipes Photography. Kerry's dialed in with a 9.90.
Watch for the wheels up launch for the wagon. Leaving very nicely, 086 on the tree for Hamilton. Carrying a small advantage to the finish line around the Austin, and runs a 874 with a 3, 141 mile an hour to take the W. 10.02 with a 0 there for Kerry Stewart.
All right, Robert Cardham coming out now. He's just seen his kids run in Junior Dragster. Now it's his turn. He's up from Noble Park in Victoria. The Speed Pro and RK Carpentry XE Falcon has got the 434 Clevo on board. And Robert's dialed in with an 8.89. Good chance for him to test that dial in.
Well, the car making a small step towards the wall on the hit there. 031 on the light. And runs on through for an 8.90 with a 2. 151 miles an hour through the finish line. At this point in the day, you would run the car out the back door. If it was the semi-finals or quarterfinals, maybe you'd think twice because the turnaround time will be a lot less. But at this point in the day, run it out the back door, give yourself a chance to test the dial in and move on forward. I think we're moving into our next category, Stuart, which will be top sportsman.
Yeah, we certainly are, Steve. I can see one of the A Civil cars down there. The Tirana, but guess who he's up against? David Whitmore in the Hypernova. If you're watching in the US, guys, this is what a bit of a crowd favourite here at Sydney Dragway. The big 66 Chevy Nova. It's got a 400 cube Chev motor with a nice big supercharger hanging out of the bonnet. He's taking on Salamata in the VP Race Fuels and A Civil Australia HB Tirana. Now he's got 632 cubes of Chev power on board that HB. Put your hands together, Sydney, for David Whitmore.
Nice strong burnout there. There's not much in the difference for the dial-ins between these two cars. Two completely different engine combinations. One supercharged, as you said, but one with a lot more cubic inches on board. I dare say that the Tirana would probably be a little bit lighter than the Chevy Nova as well. Although the Nova not a heavy car in realistic terms, but it is a fair bit bigger than the Tirana. 805 the dial-in for the silver Tirana. 797 the dial-in for the Nova. The Nova running for Burson's Garage and Power Plus Race Fuels. Grant's Performance turning the spanners.
Well, if you like the sound of David Whitmore's Chevy Nova, guys, we've got boosted Outlaws coming up very, very soon. We've got some of the baddest blown alcohol supercharged Outlaws here this weekend. Salamata, Steve, has aimed the car just slightly left towards the Aeroflow lane.
Did that a little bit yesterday, into deep stage there, and the car not happy, striking the tyres very hard. Whitmore, unfortunately, has red lit by 1,000th of a second. That was it was a gimme based on what happened to Salim. All he needed was a green light there, and he would have seen the win. But drag racing can be a cruel sport sometimes, and we will see Salim Matter back to for round number 2.
Well, we mentioned that Salim Matter has got 632 cubes. Well, we've now got Steve Fowler out here in the Pontiac GXP.
Yeah, we'll throw another 2 litres or thereabouts onto that.
Yeah. For those people that are watching via the live stream and you're here at the track, this Pontiac GXP has got a 765 cubic inch naturally aspirated motor in the front of it. And Ennio Morocco from Junction Village in Victoria, he's running the trusty 400 cube Chev in the front of the Pontiac Firebird.
I think we worked out yesterday, Stu, there was a 1.5 litres per cylinder in this Pontiac GXP. 687 the dial in here. He will have to wait 1.4 seconds. So Morocco will be past the 60 foot before Fowler is let loose to chase him down. Morocco into pre-stage already. Fowler just getting the wheelie bars adjusted. Obviously after the burnout, the air in the tyres expand, and therefore it is important that the wheelie bars for these cars are set at the right height, because they actually use them to steer the car a little bit. If they get up on the wheelie bar and they're not set correctly, it'll turn the car left or right, or even unload the tyre, and that will mean that the run will need to be aborted. And of course, For a few moments in time, the crew will need to just turn some spanners, adjust the height. All right, Fowler into pre-stage now. The top white light on is the pre-stage. The second pair of white lights is full stage. I think we've got a bit of a staging duel here. No racer up on the RPM. They're just sitting there idling.
Well, I think Ennio Morocco, he definitely knows what he has to do because he knows Steve Fowler will run him down. So it's got to come down to that reaction time. 0-1-0 on the tree there for Ennio Morocco. 0-3-3 on the tree for Steve Fowler.
Fowler with a little bit of wiggle at about 3:30. I don't know if the... Oh, Fowler went too fast. He got there first by 53 thousandths of a second, but went too quick on the dial-in. A 685 with a 9 on a 687, and handed the win back to Morocco, who took it with an 829 with a 7 on his 828.
Well, that's massive for points and complications in Top Sportsman.
Next pairing out, we will see the VL Commodore.
Yeah, Joe Gattalari down there in the VL. And that looks like Chris Theo down there as well.
It is Chris Theo.
But it looks like there's a little bit of an issue. Now, we're talking about the point score in Top Sportsman, and you'll hear Steve and I talk about that a fair bit. Lisa Sargent is equal on points on 190. Joe Gattalari, who's actually just getting pushed back at the moment, he's currently sitting in second place on the ladder on 190 points. Jeff Sargent, he's currently sitting in number 3 on 160. And then Smokin' Joe Sabello, as he's known here at Sydney Dragway, he's sitting in 4th. And then Josh Boscovich in 5th position is equal with Joe Sabello on 150 points.
I have a feeling the pairing, one of those cars was not in the lane it should have been, because both races being pushed back. I'm guessing that's what it was. There was a lot of pointing going on, and luckily for the two races, they hadn't started their burnout. They just moved up to the water.
All right, Josh Boscovich coming out now in the big nitrous-assisted XA Falcon. And his is the second of the A Civil cars. Now it looks like Tirana Steve has dialed in with a 7.91.
We've got 789 on the dial-in for the computer.
Oh, 789, okay.
Boscovich with an 835 in the aeroflow lane. He will leave first by 0.4 of a second in round figures.
Right, Josh Boscovich has been campaigning this car for a long time, the big XA Coupe. We always love seeing this car out here at Sydney Dragway. It's got a little bit of attitude about it. There you go, the big nitrous purge from Josh Boscovich, just clearing the lines to make sure he gets a direct hit. And George Marta, well, he's got 632 cubes of Chev power on board. Josh Boscovich has got 410 cubes of Fontana power.
Yeah, relatively small compared to most of the engines in Top Sportsman, but he does have the power out of the nitrous. All right, Marta into stage. Boscovich now in, he will leave first. Wheels up, launch for the Falcon. 0.47 on the tree for Boscovich. 0.74 there for Matter. I think Boscovich will take it 8.37 with a 7. 157 mile an hour through the finish line to take the W. George Matter, an 8.05 with a 3. 170 mile an hour there.
Yeah, George Marta had a fair bit of tyre shake as he left the line. Just got a shout out from Blake Country Boy Reed to his girlfriend for her 25th birthday today. Happy 25th. I wish I was 25 again.
Yeah, me too.
They were good times. All right, Joe Gattalari, the Oil Store VL Commodore, 555 cubes of chef power on board for him. And he's taking on Thomas Leake, the son of Bruce Leake, who was well known in the pro stock ranks and still is known there in pro stock. Running for Peg's Auto Trim in the Pontiac Grand Am. He's dialed in with a 7.86, 540 cubes of chef power on board for Thomas. Joe Gattalari dialing in with an 8.51. Just the starter down there, just mopping up just a little bit of fluid. Maybe just a little bit of condensation.
All right, given all the clear, Gattalari will move into stage now. Dialed in with an 8.51. He will lead first. Leak in the rocket lane. He'll be chasing him down. Only 1,100 cubic inches of Chevy sitting on the start line right now. .018 to an .083. Gattalari with the advantage off the start line. Here comes the Pontiac Grand Am though. Didn't get there. No, he didn't get there. Broke out trying to chase him down. Gattalari 8.53 with a 4, 159 mile an hour to take the win. Got there first by 200ths.
Right, John Heisman's coming out now in this stunning looking XY Ute. 351 on board for him, and he's taking on Smokin' Joe Sabello, running for Slingshot Converters, who's dialed in with an 880. John Heisman's, who's dialed in with an 870. We talk about people in drag racing that have probably done the most laps down a particular racetrack. Well, Joe Sabello, I reckon he holds the record for the most laps ever here at Sydney Dragway. He's here just about every Wednesday night for our Aeroflow Race for Real event, where you can actually bring your car out and race yourself. Now, Joe has pointed his car towards half track. He's got a supercharged LS2 underneath the bonnet, 388 cubes on board for Joe. And John Heisman's.
Yeah, 0.58 on the tree for Joe. Is going to take the win. Goes 8.84 with a 5, 149 mile an hour. Heisman's dialed in with an 8.70, went 8.92 with a 2, 151 in the utility.
Right, Jeff Sargent is taking on Chris Theo. Chris Theo with the 68 Chev Camaro, 565 cubes of Chev motor on board for him. And Jeff Sargent with the 522 nitrous assisted Chev on board.
Two very, very nice Chevy Camaros on the start line right now.
Well, there's a lot of pressure on Jeff Sargent because he's currently sitting third in the point score on 160 points. Chris Theo will be trying desperately to spoil the party.
Sargent, the local racer. Theo from Victoria. 0.3 of a second head start going to Theo in the rocket lane. Theo away with an 0.88 light. Sargent with a 4.80. He will be kicking himself. He gave away 0.4 on the start line, but he gets the win. Theo was probably expecting him to drive around him. Goes 8.09 with a 4 and an 8.10. Broke out by 6 thousandths of a second. Sargent lucky, and he'll be back for round number 2.
Oh yeah, there's a fair bit of tyre shake at about 10 foot out for Jeff Sargent. It was a bit of an ugly launch, but yes, he got lucky. Now, Iraklis Kazantzidis is out there now in the Casmic Interiors VN Commodore, who's dialed in with an 8.01, and he's taking on the series leader, Lisa Sargent, in the Sargent's Roofing Chevy Nova. She's got a 598 cube dart motor on board. She's dialed in with an 8.49, but Iraklis Gadsden-Ziti, Steve, had a few little issues yesterday with his car.
He did. The car did not perform probably as faultlessly as he would have liked coming into round number 1, but he does have experience in this car. Lisa Sargent, although leading the point score, is relatively new to Top Sportsman racing in the Chevy Nova. But the 028 light has put her in good stead to take the W here over Iraklis. 1.3 tenths of a second up her sleeve, and she'll take the W. 8.49 with a 7, 150 mile an hour on an 8.49.
That's a very, very good package there.
Yep, 35 thousandths of a second away from perfect. Big burnout there from Frank Oliveri.
Put your hands together, Sydney.
Having a very good look at the wall at the end of that burnout, and we can certainly see a good chunk to the side of the car from up here. But Frank, not afraid to keep the boot in it and put on a good show for the crowd. In the aeroflow lane, we have Vlado Turek in the Pontiac GTO, 584 cubes. Nearly a piece on the start line here for these two races. Vlado dialed in with a 739. Oliveri dialed in with an 808. In the Holden Tirana, running for multi-spares, truck and bus parts. All the way from Queensland. Turek from St. Peters in South Australia. He's made the big toe as well.
I can just see them on the start line. Just having to talk to the crew. I'm not quite sure what they were talking about, but nevertheless, they are into stage. Vlado Turek with the Pontiac GTO. The very baby pro stocker, I call this one. It is a beautiful looking car. And Frank Oliveri in that 585 cube big block Chev powered GTR Tirana.
Oliveri away with an 094, Turek away with an 046. The GTO with the advantage, chasing down that Tirana, and will take it. Oliveri got there first, went 8007 on his 808 dial-in. And Turek through to the next round, 740 with a 0 on a 738. He'll be back for round number 2 of Top Sportsman. Well, I think our next category out, Stewie, will be Extreme Bike.
Yeah, now this is a little bit different. Extreme Bike is going to be running Chicago Shootout. So they're all going to be coming out to race. And if you like wild bikes, you don't get much wilder aside from our pro categories of motorcycle drag racing than Extreme Bike. Some of these bikes are capable of running into the 690s with no wheelie bar. How does that grab you? If you're watching on the stream, let us know. Would you have a ride of one of these Extreme Bikes with no wheelie bar? Or if you're up in the crowd, let us know as well. These guys put on an awesome show, I tell you. We got Wesley Andrews down here in the Aeroflow lane on board his Suzuki GSX-R 1000, running for InStyle Interiors and Construction. He's about to take on Benny Newman on the Benny's pull form Suzuki Hayabusa.
No dial-ins with Extreme Bike. Heads Up Racing, first to the finish line, will take the W, or take the points, I should say, because it is Chicago Shootout.
Well, we've got Matt Duff that was guiding in Wesley Andrews, and we've got Caspar Luke, who was just out on his bike a little bit earlier, modified bike, guiding Benny Newman in.
Andrews away with a red light, 0.33 red, 0.03 red, so 3 thousandths of a second. Too soon. Newman will take the win points. 871, 163. Next up we'll have Chris Hocking on the Suzuki. I'm also taking on Tony Frost on the Suzuki GSX-R.
Yeah, Tony Frost formerly used to run in Pro Stock Motorcycle, and now he's back on his trusty 1294cc Suzuki GSX-R Extreme Bike. taking on Christopher Hocking, who is a very, very tough racer. Has been racing for a very, very long time. But I love the look of Tony Frost's bike. It's got that old school pro stock bike look about it. Big square tyre, the wheelie bars. Oh, straight over towards the wall, Steve.
Yeah, always worries me when these riders move so close to the wall, because the wall will win every time. 8.25 with a 3, 156 there for Frost will take the win. Rode around Hocking at the top end of the racetrack.
All right, Diana Zapati on board the Zapati Earth Moving Hayabusa. She was our number 11 qualifier in this field with a 9.18 with a 4. And in beside her, Brendan Miglianico, the Rams Head Services Suzuki Hayabusa.
Yeah, nice list of sponsors on board for Miglianico. Zapati Racing, Raceworks, CHE Precision Auto, D Sports, GFB, High Spool Industries. This machine ran into the sixes, I think it was, yesterday. On a bit of a mission here, 791, 196 mile an hour though, showing some promise at the top end of the racetrack, making the horsepower. And a 974 with a 123 there for Diana Zapati.
All right, Craig Edwards, who's made the trip down from Queensland, he's on this 1299 turboed Suzuki Hayabusa. He's about to take on Cherie Buggy on the 666 Racing Custom Boza, which is 1300 cc's. You can see the big inlet for the turbo hanging out the side of Craig Edwards' bike. You want to go extreme? Well, they don't get much more extreme than Craig Edwards' bike.
Nice launch there for Edwards, went 126 in the 60. Definitely going to take the win here. 710, 199 miles an hour there for Edwards. Just shy of probably 320 kilometres an hour. 927 with the 7, 159 there for Cherie Buggy.
Right, Joe Curry, the 2022-23 Summit Racing Series champion, coming out on his brand new chrome moly Harley-Davidson Destroyer. Now, he's running naturally aspirated at the moment, but he does have a turbo V-twin motor, which is not far away from coming back. And he's taking on Brant Gillivar on this really cool looking 1000cc Suzuki GSXR, running for Mick Hone Motorcycles.
Curry not looking settled on that machine. He keeps looking down and then readjusting his seating position. Has done plenty of laps on this bike, but as you say, it is a new machine, so maybe a couple of things just slightly different for him. 007 and Gilliver, he's left without receiving a time probably before the Christmas tree was activated, and Curry will take the win. 884 with a 2, 146 mile an hour through the finish line.
We got Mark watching on the live stream. He said to say the start line crew are doing a fantastic job to get the races through so quickly after one another.
All right, Darren Foley on the solo here, running for Rams Head Services. CHE Precision also from North Richmond. Let's see what Darren can unleash here this morning. Oh, the bike squatted, and then that's just spinning the tyre from there.
Yeah, she just shuts it off and rolls on through. Luckily, it is Chicago shootout, so Darren will be able to come through again later on. See Alex Borg down there, who's part of that crew. Alex Borg, of course, races an outlaw bike as well. Normally goes 690s next to Leonard Zapati when he brings his bike out. Normally they're talking to each other while they're going down the braking area at 200 kilometres an hour.
That's pretty much it. Those two bikes very, very closely matched in performance, but I haven't seen Alex on the extreme bike for a little while now, but you know, it's good that the last couple of times we've seen him a little bit more settled on the machine. Prior to that, it does like a bucking bull. It wants to do everything it can to throw him off. But you know, as I said, it's a growing field here in Australian drag racing is the extreme bike.
Well, it's a good alternative to the people that want to race an extremely fast bike but haven't really got the funds to step up to pro stock motorcycle or top fuel motorcycle. And as you can see, all styles of bikes can run in extreme bike.
That's exactly right, Stuart. And of course, we're not too far away from getting into our next category on the schedule. Should be Super Comp. So I hope all of you here today already at Sydney Dragway are enjoying the sportsman action that we are currently in the middle of, and looking forward to our opening ceremony and, of course, the first of the rounds for our professional categories in top fuel, top bike, pro alcohol, door slammer, pro mod, and pro stock, which are all here this weekend to put on a show for the fans and, of course, win valuable championship points, which they are all chasing. We saw some fantastic runs last night in top fuel in the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship.
Yeah, and we look forward to seeing the factory hot rods pro stock come out a little bit later as well. They were chomping at the bit yesterday to get on track, and I'm sure with the way the air is at the moment and the track, I reckon they'd be licking their lips down there at the moment. We can see the cars on our screen up here in the commentary box being pushed out towards the tunnel, so we're not too far away from getting into Super Comp, which is one of our performance brackets here in Australia if you're watching from overseas. So we have different classes of car. Of course, they're all kind of evened out by their engine size and weight break, but they all run off their own records or index. This is index racing. And we've got Ray Oxley, who's come out below us in his B-class altered production vehicle. So it's a B-class car, so he runs 376 cubes of Chev power on board the Chevy Cobalt. It's altered production. So as Steve mentioned yesterday, this car would probably be running with a manual transmission. And in beside him is John Kuiper in the Fastron Pertamina VS Commodore. Now he's running in D-gas, and he's only running 290 cubes of Chev power.
Yeah, basically the higher that, or the further down the alphabet that first designation is, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I think we go to G, the smaller the engine capacity is in general, and also the less engine modifications that are allowed to cylinder heads, manifolds, porting, all that sort of stuff. So we see John Kuiper there. He's the D-gas class designation in the Holden Commodore. 290 cubic inches of Chevy power plant in the Commodore. He was our number 2 qualifier under the index for D-gas. Went an 8:22 in qualifying.
And the class index for D-gas is 8.30 seconds. And for Ray Oxley, the class index for B altered production is 7.45.
Yeah, he qualified with a 761, so a little bit away from that index. But that does not mean he doesn't have a shot here against Kuiper.
Now, John Kuiper been running this car for a very long time. See Daniel Kuiper down there, the crew chief for this team, and it's great to have Fastron oils on the side of the car. Actually, they might have some merchandise on sale too down at their pit, so if you're here at the track, make sure you do go for a walk down towards the Sportsman pits and grab yourself some merchandise. But Ray Oxley in this manually shifted Chevrolet Cobalt, almost like a baby pro stock car, this one. Great looking car though from Ray Oxley, really well presented, as is John Kuiper's car. because John builds the motor for this car through his business, Kuiper Race Engines. It's also sponsored by ASV Euro Car Parts and Pep's Auto Spares at Liverpool. And Ray Oxley, sponsored by Luisi's Race Engines and Oxley Haulage, as well as Oxley Landforming.
All right, Kuiper into pre-stage. Oxley soon to follow. We will soon hear the RPM start to build. Oxley into full stage, just waiting on Kuiper to move forward, bring that second white light on. The RPM comes up, Kuiper away with a 1:28 reaction time. I don't think he's too fussed about the reaction time. 0.74 there for Ray Oxley. Ray Oxley, he's gone 7:43 with a 5, got around him at the top end of the racetrack by 400ths. He's going to take the win.
Okay, Steve, I think we might have to stand up for this one, mate, because we've got Peter Pisolides out there about to take on Mitchell Oxley. Now, Mitchell Oxley running the C Dragster automatic, so obviously a C class, so he's running 346 cubes of Chev power. He's also got an automatic gearbox in that car, but he's taking on Peter Pisolides in the Chev Corvette. Now, it's a 509 cubed Hemi, and it's an altered production injected automatic. So this Hemi has got a couple of turbos hanging off the front of it. It's got an injected motor, and it's got an automatic gearbox in it. So the AA stands for the higher capacity motors.
Yep, hence the 509 cubic inches, where Mitchell Oxley, 346 cubes.
Now, Peter Pisolides, this is a wild car to watch on a racetrack. Quite literally, Steve and I were watching it last night. We were watching it with bated breath.
Yeah, he had a fairly big move around at about half track. Just waiting for him to bump into full stage. We can see the a little bit of fume out the exhaust pipes. Oxley away with a 176 light, and Pisolides virtually just driving away from the start line. Just some issues there. And Oxley will take the win, 10:42 with a 9. Both cars unrepresentative there.
Now, Supercom is running Chicago Shootout, and we've got another Dragster on its way out now against a more street-looking car of Tony O'Connor in the XD Falcon. Now, he's running D, Modified Sport Automatic. Modified Sedan, sorry. Automatic. So he's got the automatic gearbox, and Wayne Cartledge running a B Dragster automatic. He's got a 310 cubed Mopar in the back of his Dragster. Very narrow looking car, that Dragster, isn't it?
Yeah, Wayne's cars always have had a fairly narrow rear end. The idea with that being is obviously the big slick sticking out the side of the car is a fairly big wind catcher, I suppose, you know what I mean? It's a big deflector, where if the wheels are tucked in as close as possible to the center of the car, then that obviously makes it a little bit more effective cutting a hole in the air, where the wheels and tires at the back of this car are pretty much inside the extractor or the exhaust of the Dragster.
Tony O'Connor, Steve, running a 423 cubed small block Chev, small block Ford. So it probably similar. I almost got shot for that. Sorry, Ford people, but that's very. You would say it's probably close to almost a pro stock style of motor.
I'm not 100% sure, but he is in a car that would probably be pretty heavy, very limited chassis modifications, and Cartledge away. Unfortunately, a little bit messy on the start line. I don't think he's going to catch O'Connor here, Stu. No, he does not. O'Connor goes 873 with a 9 on his 880, so under the index, 086 on the tree. Cartledge left with a 104 light, but did not seem steady off the start line there. Didn't want to leave with the same aggression that we saw or are used to seeing out of that car.
They've got Fred Nicastri down here, Steve, and looks like they might be having a little bit of an issue with the Nissan Gazelle. Now he's running F-gas automatic. He's got a 271 cube Chev motor. Looks like they're having problems starting the car.
I'm not sure. He was pushed away from the last round of qualifying last night, was Nicastri, so I'm tipping that those issues have continued here. Peter Mamone waiting patiently in the rocket lane.
Well, it looks like they fired the car up. Peter Mamone running B altered production. His index is a 745, and Fred Nicastri, well, his index is a 9.09.
Yeah, only 271 cubic inches of Chevy on board the Nissan. Listen to this thing rev when he comes up to the start line. Gonna wring its neck to make it work.
Oh, he certainly will. Fred Nicastri out running for Ours Race Lines and AC Automotive, and Peter Mamone running for JB Automotive. Peter Mamone, HVR, not quite sure what that stands for, but it's too long for us to read on the screen. And Corona Brothers Restorations.
Yeah, very nice car, this Ford Mustang.
Guess who's watching the live stream, Steve? Australia's favourite DJ, Carl Cox, is working. G'day, Carl.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage, Carl. We look forward to seeing you here behind the wheel of one of your magnificent machines next time at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, one of your new Pro Mods that is coming out. We can't wait to see it, Carl. Absolute legend, not only of the music world, but also of the drag racing world as well. And we love having him here at Sydney Dragway. Great guy to have a chat with. All right, Peter Mamone coming forward in the Ford Mustang, 340 cubes of small block Chev on board. Sorry, Ford fans. And this Gazelle has got the 271 cubes of Chev power. As Steve said, have a listen to Fred Nicastri.
Nicastri not chasing a light. Mamone way over towards the centre line here, and a bit of a wiggle at about 1,000 foot, but he'll take the win, pulls the chutes early, 8.23 with a 5, 131 mile an hour there for the Mustang on a 745 index. But Nicastri, he wasn't chasing a reaction time. 675 was his light there, and still ran 966 with an 8, but his index at 909 there. All right, I think that was the last pair in Super Comp there, Stu. We're going to move into Boosted Outlaws. If you like your supercharged V8 methanol burning machines, we've got 10 of them listed here today, or 10 of them entered. Did their qualifying run fairly late last night.
Carl Cox just said, I have some new race cars to test and race at the end of the year. Oh, yes. And he said it's on its way, his new Pro Mod. And Joel Moe said, oh yes, can't wait, Coxie.
It's fantastic that Carl Cox is continuing to invest in motorsports, not only here in Australia, but also around the world with Carl Cox Motorsports. Backs a whole heap of different racing teams in all different guise of motorsport in terms of, there was a Isle of Man team that he backed for a little while there. Hill climbing, drag racing, it's fantastic, and he's able to do all of that while traveling the world, doing DJ sets, bringing in front of crowds of tens of thousands of people a night, and it's fantastic that the enthusiasm. I've always seen him with a smile. I don't know him personally. I know there's a couple of you up here in the box that know Carl pretty well, but always see him with a smile on his face, no matter what is going on, and a great character for drag racing. Looks like we're just having a small rub of the racing surface with our tractors here at Sydney Dragway. You're watching the 2023 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs, incorporating the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series for all of our sportsman races.
Now, I just want to gauge something, Steve.
Yes?
How many people in the crowd, it's your first time here at Sydney Dragway watching drag racing? Put your hands up, guys, if it's your first time. Well, first of all, guys, from myself and Steve and everybody here at Sydney Dragway, welcome. That is the number one. Now, I want to know, to everybody in the crowd, put your hands up. Do you like blown alcohol race cars? Now, I can hear you guys from the track mic. Have you guys got your voices today? Let me hear it. Do you love blown alcohol? Yes. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, we're about to get boosted outlaws on track. And I'll tell you what, guys, if you watched the live stream last night, we had some of the baddest blown alcohol supercharged cars here at Sydney Dragway. And talk about right on cue, we got Anthony Bull coming out in one of Steve's favourite cars. It's the blown Ford Falcon.
Yeah, Windsor powered, of course. Always good to see the Ford power plant being used here. Guessing our 2 tractors will be out the gate this time around. Just giving the aeroflow lane a little bit of a rub there after Nicastri ran down. The boosted outlaw category also running Chicago Shootout, as was Super Comp.
Okay, just a heads up to everybody in the crowd. This is very, very important. If you are the owner of a white Toyota EWJ07T, you've left a dog in your car with the windows up. If you do not go back to your car, your window will get smashed so that dog can actually get some air. So this is very, very important. If you are the owner of a white Toyota EWJ07T, you need to go back to your car immediately, please. Oh yeah, Anthony Bull, the Shire Automotive and Mechanical BA Falcon, 412 cubes of Windsor power, as Steve said. And he's taking on Tim Gruber from Queanbeyan, the Queanbeyan Engine Services. Ford TC Cortina, 410 cubes of Ford power on board. Isn't that nice to see, Steve, for yourself as a Ford fan, a Ford motor in a Ford?
Yeah, it's so awesome to see. This little Cortina has been around a little while and always immaculately presented for Tim Gruber. The TC Cortina, 410 cubes of Fontana power plant on board. So if I was being technical, the Fontana is an aftermarket Ford-based engine in inverted commas, but certainly a lot closer to a Ford than a Hemi. I'll put it that way. $7.55 the dial in for Tim Gruber. $7.30 the dial in for Bull in the Falcon. So Bull in that blue machine will have to chase down the Cortina. .052 to an .035. Nice light for Timmy Gruber. Here comes Anthony Bull. Not going to get there though, Stu. Although he gets the win because Gruber, a 7.50 with a 3, 176 is too quick. Dialed in with a 7.55. Anthony Bull will take the win. 7.54 with a 4 and he's 7.30.
Now the boosted outlaws are running Chicago Shootout, so this is not eliminations, so to speak. They will be coming back out again later on in the day. But Timmy Gruber up on the rear wheels. What a launch. Now, I've got to say, one of my favourite 63 split-window Chev Corvettes in the country is about to come out. It's Kane Finn, all the way up from Victoria. He's got a 496 cube TFX motor in the front of it. He's dialed in with a 6.72. And in beside him is Bruno Matuszewicz, the Bruno's Mechanical Repairs HQ. He's got a 521 cube TFX motor in it, dialing in with a 670.
Both cars very close on the dial-in and performances. Fairly similar in their engine combinations. The Commodore with, the Holden, I should say. The Holden with a little bit more cubic inches on board. 521 to 496.
That white Toyota EWJ 07T, it's in the spectator area. So if you are the owner, I'd suggest you get back to your car ASAP. All right, big bad Bruno out there in the Holden. And he's going to be taking on this beautiful 63 Chef Corvette. Sydney Dragway, are you awake? You should be by now.
Had a few hours to bake in the sun here. It looks like a gorgeous morning here at Sydney Dragway. Blue skies. Crisp autumn morning. Predicted 25 degrees. Both these cars about to try and win some round points. Matajesevic in the Holden. Kane Finn in the Chevy Corvette. Matajesevic moving around a little bit out in front, I think, of the Corvette. But the Corvette will take the win. 6.80 with a 218 mile an hour through the finish line on his 672. And Matajesevic a 665 with a 5 on her 670 there. 208 miles an hour for him.
Yeah, Bruno's car always has a little bit of attitude off the start line, as do most of the supercharged sedans and sometimes the supercharged altereds, which will be coming up very, very soon.
Yeah, we've got an altered in the staging lanes. There's a couple of funny cars. There's a Fiat-bodied altered as well. Yeah. So good mix of cars here, of course, and with the blown sedans that we've already seen.
Yeah, Andrew Hodson about to come out of the tunnel, and he's about to take on one of my favourite supercharged cars in the country. I am a Ute fan. I love my Utes, and this one used to be formerly campaigned under the Craig's Automatics team. And now Charlie Ladani, the VZ Ute, 521 cubes, the Brad Anderson engine on board for him. And Andrew Hodson running for Alki Race Products, JBK Smash Repairs and Dynagrip. He's got the 526 cubed Hemi in the front of the Dodge Avenger. He's dialed in with a 640. Charlie Ladani has also dialed in with a 640. We're going to go heads up, Steve.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Hodgson's car went probably unrepresentative 7-1 in qualifying last night. But we know that car can run a lot quicker. Ladani not quite representative either. But both races have been to Sydney Dragway plenty of times, both in race conditions and also testing.
Yeah, Morris Fabietti from Fabietti Racing builds the motor for Andrew Hodson. Charlie Ladani, just a short, sharp burnout out of the VZ Ute. Beautiful looking, clean car, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, very much so. The black Maloo-based Ute. If only Holden released them with the Hemi and the Whipple supercharger on top. The mileage is not very good though. Not going to lie.
Absolutely, I'd be the first one on the order list, I think. Sell my Mazda and buy that.
All right, Hodgson's crew up to guide him into stage. We saw the crew member there spray the injector hat. Now, what that's for is these methanol cars draw so much air through, and with the methanol fuel, actually ice will form on the injector hat. And what is known to happen sometimes is the amount of air goes through the injector scoop on the way down the racetrack, that when the ice forms, when you let go of the throttle at the other end, the throttle will actually hang open because it won't fully close, because sometimes there's a little ice particle sitting on the butterfly, and the butterfly only needs to be open a small fraction, and the engine won't go back to idle. Oh, massive tyre shake for Ladani, up on 2 wheels at the end of the left-hand turn there. Hodgson has thrown the red line on the start line, went 673 with a 7 on a 640. So, you know, that team obviously knew that they were going to run a lot quicker. Ladani, he will probably have a headache after that. That car shook hard. And we can see it also turned pretty hard to the left. And when he went to straighten it, it had the left-hand wheel off the ground. Didn't want to give the run away, but the tyre shake is a very cruel beast. It damages all sorts of stuff when it's violent like that. Can break tabs off the chassis, engine mounting, diff mounting. Also can ring your bellows a little bit as a driver as well.
Yeah, that was very violent. I could see the crew weren't too happy. They got the win. They've got the win points, but they're not happy. So they'll go back and look at the data and see where they went wrong. All right, next up for Boosted Outlaws, we've got David McGaw, otherwise known as Quick Draw, in the funny car. He's got 511 cubes, a Hemi on board, dialing in with 7 seconds. And in beside him, Darryl Walford in the Southern Wrist Surveys, 37 feet, Topolino. He's got 540 cubes, a Brad Anderson engine on board. Has run this car in Pro Alcohol, but this weekend running the car in Supercharged Outlaw. How good does that look in the sun, Steve?
Yeah, both cars looking absolutely splendid. The red Fiat and McGaw's funny car, the metallic blue with the flames. McGaw taking his time to move forward. Oh, big turn to the right at the end of the burnout there. Good luck following those tyre marks back, Stu.
Yeah, I reckon he would, mate. We're talking about them guiding it back. If it's your first time here at Sydney Dragway and you've never seen drag racing before, the reason Steve said that is because you want to put down some hot sticky rubber straight down the line that you want to take the car. You want those rear tyres sitting in hot sticky rubber on the racetrack to help launch the car and give you some grip. Darryl Walford just waiting patiently while David McGaw backs the funny car up. Just as a person on the chat, on the live chat, they're not shrimps, they're prawns here in Australia. But thank you. And we also don't drink Fosters very often either. All right, Darryl Walford, Steve, 6.25 dial in for him. And Dave McGaw dialing in with a 7-second pass.
Walford's run fairly straight there, but out of it early, and we'll take the win. McGaw already red lit. He did drop into deep stage at the last moment there, so knocked that top white light off the tree. You can do that, of course, Stu, unless you're in super gas, but he did red light, and the car not happy in the clutch department. When he dropped the clutch there on the start line, the car bounced quite aggressively. But Walford looked like he was on a reasonably good pass until probably 1,000 foot, I suppose.
Yep.
Looks like we've got one car left in Boosted Outlaws, and that will be Peter Byrne. He's in the Speed Gas Industrial Gases McKinney Altered down in the fire-up box.
Yeah, this is another former Pro Alcohol car, formerly driven by Luke Shepherd. 511 cubed Brad Anderson engine on board. This is one of the most evil-looking Altereds in the country. I love this car, and Peter knows I love it. And he always puts on a fantastic effort in this car too.
Looks like we've just got one of our track walkers at the finish line. Just observing the racing surface at the moment. Walking back towards the wall, which is a good sign. Peter, our #1 qualifier last night with a 7:04. Only 152 mile an hour. Dialed into 6:30 here. He will get the round win points. He's on a solo.
Doesn't that just bring a smile to your face, Steve?
Sure does. I bet you brings a bigger smile to Peter's face.
I'll tell you what, guys, if you're watching via the live stream, send us a message. Would you like to have a steer of one of these blown Altereds?
See the crowd slowly building here at Sydney Dragway. Hope you're enjoying our sportsman racing so far this morning. We're building up to an opening ceremony here at Sydney Dragway at around about 1:30 this afternoon. Peter and the crew just going through all their pre-run schedule.
Bug Barn just said, nah, I'm happy in a door car. All right, Peter Byrne. Let's see what he's got for us this morning in the McKinney Altered.
Leaves nicely, 0.78 reaction time, 107 to the 60, straight down the centre of the rocket lane, 6.27 with a 9, 2.24 mile an hour. Did dial in a 6.30, which was 7/10 quicker than the run last night, but a 6.27 with a 9, 2.24 mile an hour run there for the team. I dare say that looked pretty clean for them. Hopefully they can build on that.
It was very clean for an Altered, wasn't it?
It was, certainly was for the next round of Chicago Shootout.
All right, guys, our next category coming up, we're getting into round 2 of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. We just got to set the track up for the juniors.
Stuart's been mentioning a white Toyota in the Spectator P1 car park with the registration of EWJ07T. We'd like to inform you that the police have been called to rescue the dog. So unfortunately, you need to be making your way back to your car. If you own a white Toyota with the registration E for Elephant, W for White, J for John, 07, T for Thomas, you need to get back to your car as soon as possible. While we're waiting for the finish line apparatus to be installed down the bottom end, we might just throw to our big screen for a quick word from some of our sponsors just before we get underway with the second round of Junior Dragster here for the Western Weekend.
We've always had a few cars, and more special, T-Bird, the Colby for the Morning Away.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured shadows.
We've also got Shannon's home contents cover.
Jobs for Echo Automotive Collectibles, tools, and memorabilia, and home garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. 144646 for a quote.
All right, round number 2 of the Western Weekender Junior Dragster is about to be run and done here at Sydney Dragway. We've got Alira Cardam in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 802 in the yellow machine. She's taking on Charlotte Leifting in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 849. Leifting running for Speedflow Products. Imprint Industries. And McGrath's meets 8:49, so she will leave near enough to half a second before Cardham. Cardham will have to chase her down. All right, both races into full stage now. Leafting away with an 0.84, 0.60 on the tree for Cardham. She has a small advantage. I think she may already be in front though, Stu, and she'll take the win. 8.06 with a 5 on an 8.02.
All right, Taylor Smith coming up now in the Northwest Parts and Performance Junior Dragster. She runs in the B class, dialing in with an 8.60. And in beside her, Harry Ryko, who's dialed in with a 7.98. Well, the driver they're all trying to catch is Danielle Axiat, who's leading the point score on 180 points. However, she is tied with Jacob Longo. Then you got Zane Condello, Brianna Boscovich, and Archie Boscovich. They're your top 5 in the current point score.
Well, I know Zane's already out, and I'm pretty sure Daniela is also out of competition already here today. So our field of 37 juniors already cut in half. Tree will count down for Smith first. Reiko's got this one in the bag. 0.26 on the tree. And an 8.10 on a 7.98 there. Next up, Sarah Osborne in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 7.93. She's taking on Archie Boscovich, dialed in with an 8.64. Boscovich in the rocket lane.
Yeah, Archie Boscovich currently sitting on 160 points.
Just waiting on Osborne to move into stage. All the way from Victoria. 0.19 on the tree for Osborne. She has a bunch up her sleeve. Archie's got some work to do. I don't think he can do much about it. 8.003 there for Osborne to take the win on a 7.93 dial-in. 0.2 the difference across the start line.
Right, Jacob Schultz in the C-Class Junior down here in the Aeroflow lane. He's dialed in with a 12.33, and he's taking on his brother Carl Schultz, who's in his A Junior. He's dialed in with a 7.95.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Schultz family. They've come all the way from Queensland to race here at Sydney Dragway this weekend. Made the massive tow down, and they're racing each other in the second round. I guess the only worst thing that could happen is it could have seeded that was the first round that they ran each other. But again, at least one of them's moving forward into round number 3. A 12.33 for Jacob. A 7.95 for Carl in the rocket lane. Carl will need to be somewhat patient. 4.3 seconds head start going to his younger brother.
Well, .165 on the tree there for Jacob. An 0.52 for Carl Schultz. Now he's got to be very careful that he does not break out.
No, he was off the throttle early there. 8.05 with a 3, 75 mile an hour. Jacob 3/10 off the dial in at only 48 mile an hour. So maybe something going away there, or maybe Carl had already passed him. So next pair up, Elias Matter taking on Levi Knezovic.
Steve, when you used to race Junior Dragster, what did you prefer, chasing or leading?
Chasing's heaps easier, Stu, from a point of view as you can see everything unfold. Whereas if you're being chased, you can hear the car coming, but you can't do much about it. You're already full throttle. You're just hoping that you've done a good reaction time at the start line, and that finish line comes up quicker than what the other person can run you down. It's even more tricky when there's a big speed differentiation like we saw there with the last run. There was some 25 mile an hour difference. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it makes it tricky at the other end of the racetrack, especially when a race is decided by, you know, a few thousandths of a second. You never quite know if you've actually won until the win light comes up on your side. 1:01 light there, the better of the two there for Knezovic. He's out in front. Let's see if Levi can take the win. Does. He goes 8.02 with a 3, 81 mile an hour through the finish line. All right, our next pairing out will be Carlos Harvey from New Zealand. One hour the batteries. 8.59. The dial in for him. Not too much in this one. Ryan Pettiford in the rocket lane. He's dialed him with an 8.63. So only 0.04 of a second head start going to the local racer in the rocket lane.
Yeah, Ryan Pettiford currently sitting at number 12 in the point score. So he'll be trying to go rounds to make up that deficit towards Danielle.
Yeah, Harvey put a good run together on his first round of racing here this morning. Pettiford usually very sharp on picking the dial in and the reaction time. 0.81 to an 0.82. There's a thousandth in it off the start line. What will it be at the finish line? It will be Ryan Pettiford to take the win. 8.65 with a 9 on an 8.63. Carlos Harvey just a little bit further away from the dial in. 8.67 with a 2 there.
All right, Dakota Bray coming out now in the Smith Transport and HBS. Junior Dragster, she's dialed in with a 7.94. Johnny Lucci in the C-Class Junior. Well, he's dialed in with a 12.05.
Johnny Lucci away with a 147. Dakota Bray with a little bit of work to do with a 205. Will he get there? No, he does not. Lucci claims another scalp. Goes a 12.15 with a 3 on a 12.05 to take the win. Got there by nearly 0.02 of a second. Been pretty close at the finish line there. Next pairing out, we've got Jacob Longo. Points leader, joint points leader in in the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship. Dialed in with an 8.80, taking on Siobhan Harvey, dialed in with an 8 flat, so there'll be 2 lights the difference on the Christmas tree. Longo with the head start. Siobhan dialed in with a 8.00. Jacob away with a 144 light. Harvey with an 096. And your winner will be Harvey. Longo got there first, but an 878 with a 5 on an 880, a little bit too fast, handing the win to Harvey in the rocket lane there.
All right, Alex Ruffalo from Vineyard in the Sydney Waterscapes. A junior dialing in with a 798, going on a solo. Good chance for him to test that dial in. As I've heard from Brett White, who will be coming out a little bit later in the Pro Alcohol Funny Car, apparently these juniors are not easy to tune at all, according to him.
I think once you get the combination down pat, you know, but they are very temperamental with the weather conditions more so than other cars, just because of the size of the engine, and they're only single cylinder, so you're very limited opportunity to make horsepower if the air does change. But you do have the opportunity, of course, to adjust the dial in to suit. So Rafalo there had dialed in with a 798 and ran an 807 at 80 mile an hour. So come the next round, he can adjust the dial in up or down as they feel fit.
All right, Steve, we're about to get into round 1 of Street Fighter. And for those people that are new to the drag strip, you would know our weekly Wednesday nights Aeroflow Race for Real, where you can bring your own car out and you can actually race down our quarter mile every Wednesday night. Well, Street Fighter is the street version. Effectively, you can bring your street car if you like race for real and you love coming out here and having a drag race. More importantly, doing it safely and not doing it on the streets. You can come to the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series, and you are able to enter your own personal car in a championship category, which is called Street Fighter. And one of our officials is actually racing today, Sean Dartnell, otherwise known as Hollywood. So we'll see him out a little bit later in his Hyundai i30.
Not too far away, we can see the Street Fighter cars rolling through the staging lanes. Of course, they're a dial your own category, so it doesn't matter how fast or slow you are. There's no time limits in Street Fighter. It's all about introducing new competitors into the world of sportsman drag racing with dial-ins and reaction times.
Well, the man that they're trying to catch at the moment in Street Fighter is David Muscat, who's leading on 190 points, but he's equal with Glenn Garlick, who's on 190. But only 10 points behind him is Don Zammit. And then in 5th position, we've got Wayne Smith. All right, we are into round 1 of Street Fighter. And Sean Dartnell, one of our officials here at Sydney Dragway, also known as Hollywood, down there in the Hyundai i30, about to take on Brett Roberts in the VE Commodore. Brett's dialed in with a 15.09. Sean Dartnell, well, he's dialed in with a 1660. Oh, Sean Dartnell, .039 on the tree. He gets the win in the Hyundai i30. Unfortunately, Brett Roberts, a red light, hands the instant win over to Sean Dartnell. Sean runs on through with a 1670 on a 1660 dial-in. Brett Roberts also broke out a 1498. All right, Jack Matosevic in the modern style kitchens Ford Falcon about to take on Con Esther in his XR8. Jack dialing in with a 14.20 and Con Esther dialing in with a 14 flat. Well, .102 on the tree for Jack Matosevic. He has got the advantage. Can Con Esther run him down? And Con Esther tried to, but he broke out a 1398 breakout. So Jack Matosevic, a 1422 and a 1420 dial-in. He's through to the next round of Street Fighter as Lockie McCaskill comes out now in the Mark 1 Welding VF Commodore. He's dialed in with a 13 flat, and Scott Goodinson from all the way down from Taree in the Mitsubishi Legnum. He's dialed in with a 1574. .096 on the tree there for Scott Goodinson. Doing it for the imports is Scott Goodinson, and crosses the line with a 1579 to a 1316 for Lockie McCaskill as Wayne Smith comes out now in the HSV Club Sport, and he's about to take on Ben Roberts in the XR8. Ben Roberts dialing in with a 14.5 and Wayne Smith with a 1325 dial-in. Well, .090 on the tree there for Wayne Smith. Ben Roberts out in front, but he's got to be careful. And Wayne Smith gets the win, a 1348 on a 1325 dial-in. Danny Stademeyer out there now in the Greyhound Rescue and Gone Bananas drag racing team, Ford Falcon. He's got dialed in with 1350, but he's up against Don Zammit in the VF Commodore, who's dialed in with 1302. Don Zammit, the champion last season in the Speed Addict Clothing Company Street Fighter class. Well, an 835 on the tree there from Don Zammit. Danny Stoudemire, 1.84 in the 60. But the win should go to Don Zammit, a 13.18 on a 1302 dial-in. As the series leader, Dave Muscat, otherwise known here at Sydney Dragway as Mr. Bean, is coming out in the little Mini Cooper. He's taking on Nick Bennett in the Holden Gemini, who's dialed in with a 13.25. Oh, red light there from Dave Muscat. Dave normally pretty sharp on the tree, but a little bit too sharp there. So Nick Bennett in the little Gemini goes through to the next round. Now he's got a pair of Holdens about to jump on. We've got Darren Moody in the IXL Auto Electrical Holden Ute about to take on Glenn Garlick, who is currently tied on points with Dave Muscat. He's dialed in with a 1322. Well, an 077 on the tree there for Darren Moody. Glenn Garlick, he has got a lot of work to do. I don't like his chances, and no, he broke out anyway, Glenn Garlick. So Darren Moody, a 13.64 on a 13.52. So both Dave Muscat and Glenn Garlick have been eliminated. All right, we're getting into street bike, and this is the Street Fighter version, but for 2 wheels. So if you love your motorcycle drag racing at Aeroflow Race for Real, you can jump up into street bike, and this is a perfect example. Michael Richards down here from St Ives on board the GSXR 750 from Sydney Random Rides, came out here to give it a go and absolutely caught the bug, and now he runs in the street bike class. He's dialed in with a 1050, and in beside him is Greg Horodum from Wiley's Flat on the Minion Racing Kawasaki ZX14R. Oh, Michael Richards, 0.129 on the tree. Greg with a 2.294. It's going to be close at the finishing line. And Michael Richards gets the win, a 1071 on a 1050 dial-in. Stefan Stavala out now, the Little Tokyo and VP Race Fuels. Harley Davidson Night Rod, 1300 cc's on board for him. He's dialed in with a 10.12. And he's up against Mick Close on the Yamaha R1. He's dialed in with a 10.80. Stefan Zavala, he's got that arm cocked, ready to launch the Night Rod. But Mick Close, 0.075 on the tree, and takes the win. Unfortunately, a breakout there for Stefan Stavala, but a 1085 and a 1080. All right, we've got Angela Phipps Hunt, who's also one of our officials here at Sydney Dragway, on board her 1000cc JAXA. She's dialed in with a 1055, and in beside her, Adrian Watson on the Shed Built Racing Yamaha R6, who's dialed in with a 1080. Well, 0.185 on the tree there from Adrian Watson. Angela doing the chasing, and Adrian gets the win, and 11.12 with a 3 on a 1080 dial-in. Angela Phipps Hunt goes 1049. Phil Gardner out there now in the rocket lane on the Yamaha XSR 900. He's dialed in with an 11.16. And in beside him, Ronnie Gilb on board the Kawasaki ZZR 1100, who's dialed in with a 1080. Well, 026 on the tree there for Ronnie. And Ronnie gets the win, and 11.09 on a 1080 dial-in. Tristan Anderson out there now on board the Revelry Cycles sponsored Royal Enfield. And he's about to take on Sean Close on his Suzuki GSXF 750. Sean's dialed in with a 1290. Tristan has dialed in with a 1270. If you like your Royal Enfields, guys, make sure you do get down to Revelry Cycles and check out their range of Royal Enfields. So they built a bike for the Salt Flats not all that long ago too. And Sean Close, well, he gets the win, a 12.94 and a 12.90 dial in. Matt Duff coming out now from Sydney Random Riders on board the Harley Davidson Lowrider, who's dialed in with an 11.80. And in beside him, Jesse Barnes on board the Pro Tune Motorcycles Yamaha YZF R3, who's dialed in with a 14.02. Matt Duff, a red light from the big Harley. So Jesse Barnes through to the next round of street bike. And it's tied at the top in street bike because Stefan Stavala is tied on 200 points with Jesse Barnes, who is just through to the next round. Next up on track, we've got Joe Borg on board the Kawasaki ZX14. He's dialed in with a 10 flat. Just buttoned it off around half track. Went 1.86 in the 60 there for Joe. And goes 14.12. All right, we are into Go Logistics Super Street. And it's a battle of Henry Speakak in that trusty little Volkswagen Beetle. And he's going to be taking on the Mac Attack, Nathan McKenna, in the big Chevy Nova. 540 cubes, a big block Chev there for the Nova, and the little Volkswagen. Now, don't discount the Beetle. It may not have the horsepower that Nathan has got in the Nova, but Henry tends to go rounds. He's not somebody I would want to race against in Super Street. The man they are all trying to catch is Martin Stevenson, who's leading the championship at the moment on 200 points. And 20 points behind him is his brother Alan. As we're about to go racing, and Henry Speakak, who goes 0.099 on the tree. Nathan McKenna, 0.080 on the tree. The little bug is out in front. And the Volkswagen gets the win, an 11.94 on an 11.88 dial-in. All right, Guy Greenland coming out now in the Holden Bellina wagon. 1073 dial-in, and in beside him, Emmanuel Candros in the Ford Capri, who's dialed in with a 1082, 347 Windsor. Well, looks like the little Capri has got a little bit of an issue. Guy Greenland gets the win, a 1085 with 3 on a 1073, but that's a shame to see for Emmanuel. So we'll send Emmanuel through the Junior Dragway Expressway, as we call it here at Sydney Dragway. Looks like Emmanuel just rolled to a stop just before the gate, so our half-track fire crew just pushing him off. We'll get him through the gate. That's just bad luck for Emmanuel there. All right, next up on track, we're going to have Tim Richrow in the Richrow Family Racing VX Commodore 5.7 litre LS underneath the bonnet. And he's going to be taking on Dennis Matesic from North Wollongong in the Chevy Camaro with the 434 Chev on board. Beautiful looking car, Dennis's. All right, Dennis brings that beautiful looking Chevy Camaro into stage. Tim Richrow, 0.151 on the tree. Unfortunately, a red light there for Dennis Matesic. So Tim Richrow through to the next round of Go Logistics Super Street. He went 11.66 on 11.62 dial-in. As Bruce Ritchie comes out now in the big Chevy Bel Air, 572 cubes of Chev power. And he's taking on the series leader, Martin Stevenson, in the Power Plus Race Fuels HQ panel van. 410 cube small block Chev on board. Martin's dialed in with a 10.30. Bruce Ritchie, he's dialed in with a 10.68. Bruce Ritchie had a big crack at the lights. Unfortunately, a red light there. So Martin Stevenson gets the points for this round of racing. And he's through to the next round. As David Matasevic comes out now in the DCM Consulting Ford Cortina 10.57. He's dialed in with, and then beside him, Jeff Goodwin in the nitrous assisted Holden Monaro, who's dialed in with an 11.10. Red light there from David Matosevic. So Jeff Goodwin, he's through to the next round in the Speed for Sale nitrous refills. Hol Monaro. All right, Richard Matosevic has seen his brother just red light. I don't think he wants to do the same thing. In the Modern Style Kitchens XY Falcon, he's dialed in with a 10.60. In beside him, Luke Griffiths in the Tex Automotive Plymouth Satellite with 505 cubes of Plymouth power on board. I know there's a few Mopar cars around here today, and I know there's a few Mopar fans up in the crowd. One of them is Mopar Man. G'day, Mopar Man. Hope you're enjoying the racing. All right, Richard Matosevic, a 0.065 on the tree. Luke Griffiths, 0.072. And Luke gets the win, a 10.39 with a 2. All right, Alicia Teal in her HQ, or as we call it here at Sydney, Murder HQ. I mean, they got Murder Nova over in the States. Well, we got Murder HQ. We got the Aussie version. And then we've got Mark Hopkins down there in the Hurricane Metal Roofing Holden Tirana, who's dialed in with a 1080. Well, Mark Hopkins has got the advantage, a 1090 on a 1080 dial-in, as Chris Zammit comes out now in the VT Commodore. He's dialed in with an 11.72. Go Logistics Super Street, turning it on here at the 2023 Nitro Champs as part of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship. Chris Zammit, 0.133 on the tree. Going to test that dial in with an 11.72 and goes an 11.80 with a 7. All right, we're about to get into the second round of bikereview.com.au modified bike. And we've got a battle of the boozers. Robert Simmons, the Siminator, on the Reed Carpentry bike in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Thomas Stonham, otherwise known here as Sydney Dragway as Casper, on board the Sydney Random Riders Suzuki Hayabusa. Thomas is dialed in with a 9.63, and the Siminator, he's dialed in with a 9.10. Bushy, this should be a good run.
Yeah, it should be. Robert Simmons not having as consistent a weekend as he would have liked, but he did get through the first round there. So let's see if he's able to repeat and move through to the next round. But has a little bit of work to do. Stonham with pretty much a tenth of a second up his sleeve. And Simmons will take it, 9.19 with a 0 on his 9.10 dial-in. Stonham a little bit further away and just giving the race back to Robert Simmons.
All right, Sean Ricketts coming out now on board the Kawasaki ZX12R. He's dialed in with a 9.30. And Albie Davison on the Double C modified bike, running for the Vinyl Tree. He's dialed in with a 10.82. The Suzuki TL1000S.
A little bit of nitrous on board, I believe, with this machine, hence the Double C modified bike. He's up against a pretty tough customer in Sean Ricketts. Davidson did a full stage now, up on the two-step. Leaves the start line with a 1.04. 0.32 on the tree for Ricketts. Chasing him down, but looks like Ricketts has sat up on that motorcycle and moved over off the racing line. Davidson will take the win, 10.86 with a 7.
Wonder if Sean Ricketts might have missed a gear there, Steve.
Not 100% sure, but he definitely stood up pretty quickly, sat up pretty quickly, and aborted the run from there. We can still hear the bike under its own power at the bottom end, so it's not coasting. But you're probably right, Stu. Maybe he's missed a gear. I didn't see any smoke or anything like that. Next up, we'll have Michael Borg and Lucas Nigo. Nigo in the Rocket lane, dialed in with a 9.32. Borg in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 9.66.
Yeah, Michael Borg on Double A modified bike, ZX12R. 0.59 on tree, 0.072. Oh, it's on, Steve.
Sure is. Borg's out in front at the moment, though. It looks like Nigo's come around him in 1,000 foot, and a 9.38 with a 7, 130 mile an hour run there. Nigo will take the win in the A&M Stonemasons machine. Next up, we'll see Mike Lawson and Travis McClatherty. McClatherty for United Speed Shops Live Tools, also backing the Suzuki GSXR. Tied him with a 9.99. Lawson on the Suzuki Hayabusa from DY in Northern Beaches. 9.70 the dial in for Lawson.
Yeah, 1,340 cc's versus 750 cc's. Oh, red light there from Travis McCleverty.
Well, I tell you what, Lawson, he can't touch the centre line, otherwise he'd hand the race back to McClatherty. And Lawson will take the win there. Dean Jamieson from Casterton in Victoria, he gets the solo. Moving along in this modified bike field, brought to us by bikereview.com.au. On the solo, dialed in with a 10.30. Does he run it out the back door? It does not look like it. He looks potentially like just running it down the drag strip here at Sydney Dragway. 10.35 with a 7, 1.33. Looked a lot more casual than that, I thought, from up here.
Didn't it? All right, we're into round 2 of Super Sedan. We got Peter Felinetto down there from South Australia in the PBM Earth Moving XY GT. He's up against Victor Sologianis in the K&A Race Engines LH Tirana, running for Pro Trans Performance as well. He's dialed in with a 9.32, and Peter has dialed in with an 8.65. Keep your eyes on the Tirana because it likes to get the old hippie shake going on and likes to get it all twisted up.
Yeah, Victor will do the chasing, 0.3 of a second. Both races into full stage now.
Well, point 005 on the tree there from Victor. Peter with an 016. It's tight at the bottom end. Who's got it? Peter Fellinetto's got it.
867 with the 5, Stu. 153 on an 865.
Only 9 thousandths of a second between them on the finishing line. As Graham Blackman comes out now, up against the high-stepping XY Ute of Joe Kabura. Joe dialing in with an 8.94, Graham Blackman with a 10.69.
028 on the tree for Blackman. 001 red for Kabura. The collective hands on the head from the crew as he left the start line. Blackman claims another scalp, 10.69 with an 8, 122 in the Cortina. He went 8 thousandths over the dial-in with an 028 light. Good package run for the Cortina out of Queanbeyan.
Right, Naomi Lighthowler coming out now in the Pontiac Firebird, sponsored by Penrite and B&S Waterproofing. Just see our track walker. We're just giving the reflector a little bit of a clean. Naomi's taking on Joe Bresciano in the 1968 Chev Camaro, who's dialed in with a 923. Naomi's dialed in with a 932.
Both races given the all clear. Lighthowler dialed in with, as you say, 932 to a 923. Lighthowler to leave first in the rocket lane.
All right, the big Camaro of Joe as staged, facing the 330 foot mark.
.113 on the tree for Lighthowler. 041 for Bresciano. And the winner will be Bresciano in the Camaro. Goes 928 with a 3 on a 923. 143 mile an hour.
Good package there for Naomi Lightowl, 932 and a 932.
Yeah, I think the reaction time told the story there.
This should be a good matchup. Michael Little in the Debacle Racing LJ Tirana has dialed in with a 9.26, has won many rounds over the years here at Sydney Dragway as part of the Track Champs. And he's going to be taking on, if he can get the car fired, Robert Cardham.
Oh, that's a shame for Cardham. He's been racing so well in that Dandy Engines backed XE Falcon.
Okay, the signal has been given, so Michael Little is going for the solo. It's a bit of a shame there for Robert Cardham.
Yeah, definitely. That car usually pretty bulletproof. And I guess that's the problem. Mechanical devices, they don't always do what you want them to do. All right, Michael Little lined up to face the Aeroflow scoreboard. Little Tirana, 434 cube. Chevy on board. On the two-step, leaves very nicely. Wheels up in the air. 035 on the tree. .925 with a 0 on a 926.
All right, Nathan Watt from Charmhaven in the Grants Performance VL Commodore, who's dialed in with a 9.18, taking on Sean Marr in the St. Mary's Race Engines HB Tirana. Sean Maher's also a Formula Round winner. Has won multiple rounds here at Sydney Dragway, a part of our state champ round.
$918 the dial in for Nathan Watt. 002 red on the tree for Sean Maher. Uncharacteristic for Sean Maher. Watt will take the win. 919 with a 9. 146 mile an hour. Niall Mitchell in the Gemini taking on Brett McNiff here. And McNiff will take the win. Goes to 907 with a 6. 904 was the dial in for the Valiant. He takes the win and moves on to round number 3 in Super Sedan. Next up, we'll see Pete Hamilton taking on Harry Plassis. Hamilton in the green Falcon. The green Commodore, beg your pardon. Plassis in the blue Falcon. 869 the dial in for the wagon. 902 the dial in for Plassis. .004 on the tree for Harry. Out in front, has a little bit up his sleeve, a bit over a tenth of a second, and he'll take the win. 903 with a 1. 144 mile an hour for Plassis. He'll take the W. 874 with a 0 for Hamilton there. Our next pairing out, completing a fairly quiet burnout on both sides of the racetrack there. Robert Moore in the Chevy Nova, big block Chev on board for him in the airflow lane. Dialed in with a 970, taking on John Pellas. Pellas in the HQ, 937 the dial in. He will chase down the big Chevy Nova. Just shy of 1,000 cubic inches sitting on the start line. And Robert Moore, unfortunately, just driving away from the start line. Pellas has to be careful that he's not expecting the Nova to run around him. 939 with a 5 on a 937. 140 mile an hour. Had an 007 light. And as I said, Rob Moore just basically just drove away from the start line. Didn't bring the revs up or anything. So just wondering if he already knew he had an issue and just wanted to try and play the game. Maybe think that Pellas was going to a red light or break out or something like that. Next up we'll have Andrew Little in the Chevy Camaro. Dialed in with a 960. All the way from Forbes. Only 350 cubes of Chev on board in the Camaro. .066 on the tree. Runs on through for a 966 with a 9 on a 960. Not a bad combination there for Andrew Little. Moving into the next round. Looks like we now have got Top Sportsman for the second round of racing here. Although I'm not sure if this is some form of grudge run or what. I don't know, because it's neither car has a has the driver's details as Frank Oliveri and Lou Palumbo. But there's no dial-ins. A little bit of something out of the Palumbo machine in the aeroflow lane. Both races moving towards the start line now. The RPM start to build. Oliveri into full stage. Palumbo soon follows. 009 red for the utility. And Palumbo will take, Oliveri will take the win at 8.04 with a 5.163 mile an hour for the little Tirana. Joe Sorbello and Ennio Morocco down below us, the next pairing out. Morocco up from Victoria. The car's given the shutdown signal. A little bit of fluid or similar on the start line. We're just mopping it up locally, as you can see. Working our way towards the opening ceremony here this afternoon at Sydney Dragway for the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs for 2023, incorporating the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. We'll have Wayne Aunger in the box for the commentary of that event. And of course, we'll be switching over to 7 Plus or Flow TV if you're international for the live streaming of all of our racing here this afternoon following the opening ceremony. Up until then, Sydney Dragway official on YouTube will get you the live stream. Good to see the crowd building. Still plenty of space in the venue, plenty of tickets available. Get your friends to jump on the track's website, www.sydneydragway.com.au. Follow the links to the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Grab your tickets online. A little bit cheaper than at the gate. With plenty of merchandise around the venue if you're looking for anything, basically. Shirts, caps, sunscreen, batteries, all that sort of thing. The track's merchandise store at the top of the stairs on the Western Mound has all of that stuff available, as do a number of our races. And I can see the Gulf Western Oil tent up there at the top of the cauldron next to the corporate boxes. Plenty of things going on around the venue. Of course, if you haven't been to Sydney Dragway before, your general admission ticket will get you into the pits. Check out all the cars up close and personal. Go and watch those Top Fuel teams tear down an engine and put it back together in around about an hour's time. All right, our race has given the fire up signal. Ennio Morocco in the Pontiac Firebird. Running for Martinello Automotive. 8.29 the dial in for the black car. 8.80 the dial in for Joe in the Datsun Skyline. Supercharged LS2 on board for slingshot converters. Will be chased by Morocco.
Yeah, it's good to see Joe back into 8s on the slicks.
Just waiting on Morocco to move into full stage. Hanging Joe out a little bit here. Did the same in the first round. Joe leaves with a 005. He's got 40,000 up his sleeve. Not a big margin by any stretch, but he is out in front. Morocco will have to chase him. I don't think he's going to get there. No, he doesn't. Joe runs an 888 with a 9 on an 880 dial-in. 148 mile an hour to take the win. Morocco an 836 with a 1, I think it was. So Bello through to the next round. Oh, this next pairing's due.
Oh,
It's bad enough when it's team cars. It's worse when it's a husband and wife.
Absolutely, and see that big nitrous purge out of the Camaro for Jeff Sargent.
Yeah, we've got Lisa Sargent in the airflow lane, our current joint points leader for top sportsman in the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series. She's in the Black Nova in the airflow lane, dialed him with an 849, taking on the husband, Jeffrey. Jeff in the Chevy Camaro, 522 cubes of nitrous assisted big block, dialed him with a 781. No messing about on the start line. Lisa away with an 069. Jeff with a 107. He has a little bit of work to do, trying his best to get around the Nova, and does so. 786 with a 6. 169 mile an hour to take the win. Got there first by over a tenth, so I'm guessing maybe something went away with Lisa's car at the top end of the racetrack. Been very consistent all weekend, but she's dropped a little bit on the dial-in there.
Yeah, Vlado Turek out there now in the Vlado Turek Proprietary Limited Pontiac GTO. And he's going to be taking on Josh Boscovich in the nitrous-assisted XA Coupe.
Yeah, big burnout there from Boscovich. Turek's already moving up the stage. Boscovich will have to get a bit of a move on, I think. All right, 740 the dial in for Turek, 835 the dial in for Boscovich. Only a second in it, which is a fairly big handicap in top sportsman. Boscovich will be nearly at the 60 foot before Turek is let loose. 008 to a 154. Boscovich has a big advantage. He's got over a tenth, nearly a tenth and a half up his sleeve, and will take the win. 852, 153 for Boscovich on an 835. Turek a 742 with a 5 on a 740. Not too far away from the dialing, but as I said, lost nearly a tenth and a half on the reaction time there, unfortunately.
Salamata out there now in the HB Tirana, running for VP Race Fuels and A Civil Australia. He's dialed in with an 8.30. And Joe Gadolari, who's running for the oil store in the VL, he's dialed in with an 8.53. Two very, very tough races in top sportsmen down on track right now.
The last round of racing, Matta's car didn't leave the line very well, but I think the other car red lit or something like that. That's from right. Memory. So hopefully the team has been able to sort the launch a little bit better. Gadolari's car been pretty consistent here this weekend. Both races into pre-stage. Now in full, the trio countdown for Gadolari first. 008 again in the in the rocket lane. That's 2 in a row. 271 there for Matter. I think Gadalari will see the win light. 856 with a 7. 159 to take the win on an 853. 830 with a 6 for Matter. Just the reaction time there telling the story for the A-Civil Tirana. I think that concludes our last pair of cars in a Top Sportsman for this round of racing.
You're about to get into the second round of the Chicago Shootout for Supercomp.
And the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. Got a handful of other categories, and then we're into our opening ceremony around about 1:30 this afternoon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for our next category to move forward, we might just throw to our big screen for a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors. Thank you for joining us at the 2023 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au. Atlantic Performance Oils are an Australian-owned and operated company specialising in the production of specialty and everyday lubricants for use in a wide variety of applications. Manufactured in our state-of-the-art facility at Ingleburn, we cater for everyday drivers and heavy transport, earth-moving and industrial applications including hydraulics and agriculture and mining. We also manufacture a wide range of grease, coolant and gear oils to suit your needs. So visit atlanticoil.com to find a distributor near you for Atlantic quality products.
Okay, guys, we are into Super Comp round 2 of the Chicago Shootout. We've got Peter Pisolides out there now, the Precision Turbo and Race Glide Chevy Corvette. Oh.
Just got to hold your breath a little bit at the end of the burnout when you can see the whole side of the car. It's not a good feeling up here in the commentary box because that concrete wall would approach pretty quickly. I dare say Pete's eyes would have been a little bit wider as he turned a little bit to the left there. Of course, the Chevy Corvette, powered by the twin-turbo Hemi, his index at the moment a 7.0.
Yeah, Wayne Cartledge in this rear-engine dragster, running B dragster automatic. His index is a 7.29.
Doesn't really seem fair, does it? The twin-turbo Hemi-powered Corvette with a 7.0, so only 2.9 tenths of a second quicker than what the dragster is. It's only got a baby 310 cube Chrysler power plant with some carburation on top. Cartledge, no stranger to fast rear-engine dragsters, running under indexes. You can hear Pisolides building boost. He'll come up on the two-step. Bump it in. Oh, I think he's pushed the wrong button on the steering wheel there, Stu. The parachute's popped out.
And the parachute has come out the back of Wayne Cartledge's car too.
I wonder if Cartledge has done that out of sympathy or by accident as well. 8.02 with a 0, 164 mile an hour. Unfortunately for Pete Pisolides, that run aborted. Running an air release on the parachute there. I dare say he'd have 2 buttons on the steering wheel. I'm hazarding a guess that he's pushed the wrong one, or the finger in the glove has made contact with the parachute button, because it was right when he went to go up on the what they call the bump box. So they bring it up on boost on the two-step, and they hit a button on the wheel, and that momentarily puts a little bit of drive into the transmission and allows the car to bump forward in sort of preset increments. Because normally with the trans brake on, you can't move as it locks the gearbox in forward and reverse at the same time.
Yes, as one of our good friendly commentators up in Queensland would say, Chris Diggles, bring it into Bump City.
We'll see Pete back for the next round of the Chicago Shootout in this category. Just have a listen on the track mic to how docile that Chevy Corvette sounds at idle.
It sounds it, but it doesn't look it.
No. The turbo's going a long way to steal any sort of super loud exhaust note. Next pairing up, we'll have Mitchell Oxley and John Kuiper. Oxley's index is 791. Running C Dragster automatic. And beside John Kuiper in the Holden VS Commodore, running D gas. Index of an 830.
See the big shocks in the back of Mitchell Oxley's dragster.
Yeah, this one not a solid suspension. hazard a guess, it would be a 4-link car, and that's the shocks you can see just behind the diff. Lots of RPM on board in the burnout for John Kuiper. Running for ASV Euro Car Parts. Pep's Auto Spares at Liverpool, and Kuiper Race Engines based out of Austral. Pretty much as close as you can get to Sydney Dragway without being here itself. A neighbouring suburb. Oxley from Stanbridge, New South Wales, running for Oxley Landform and Louise Race Engines. All right, Mitchell into deep stage here. Kuiper away first. On the 840, doesn't look like Mitchell's going to try and chase him down. Kuiper will take the win points, 8.20 with a 165 mile an hour, and Mitchell a 10.006. Unrepresentative time for him.
All right, Fred Nicastri out now in the Nissan Gazelle. Running F-gas automatic. His index is a 9.09. And Tony O'Connor in the XD Falcon. Running D modified. Sedan automatic.
Pair of sedans on the racetrack here. Nicastri's had some issues this morning. The car didn't want to fire and then it came to life. Did unfortunately get pushed away from one of the qualifying runs yesterday. F-gas automatic in the Nissan Gazelle. Not a super popular car, the Nissan Gazelle. We didn't see many of them here in Australia, but this one pretty well turned out. Way over towards the wall. The car lifting the left front, but Fred staying in the throttle. He has unfortunately left before the third am, but O'Connor will take the win points. Goes 8.67 with a 7 on his 8.80. 1.28 with a 6 to the 60. All right, we've got a pair of B Ultra production cars on the start line. So they'll have the same index, 745 apiece. Basically will be a heads-up race. Oxley in the aeroflow lane. Ramon in the rocket.
Yeah, a pair of B altered production cars down on track. Heads up race. I don't mind the look of that Ford Mustang from Peter Mamone's too.
No, they do make a very good looking race car, the late model Mustangs. The Chevy Cobalt looking pretty splendid down there in the sun as well. Good to see the grandstand here at Sydney Dragway slowly filling with people as we build towards that opening ceremony. Hope you're all enjoying the sportsman racing that's coming to you here this morning. Mamone just being guided up into stage Oxley already in full stage, waiting patiently. Ramone's in there now, the trio countdown. Ramone away with a 1:53 light, but Oxley's already passed him by half track. I think Oxley's going to see the win light here. 7:50 with an 8. 186 mile an hour. So slower than the national record, but faster in the mile an hour. 186 mile an hour. National record is a 181.96. That's for Ray Oxley, of course. 810 with a 2 for Peter Mamone on that pass. Mamone's car getting to the 60-foot quicker, 105 to the 60. Had a better reaction time there as well. But Oxley in front by half track. All right, our Western Weekender Junior Dragsters coming out for their next round of eliminations. We'll just throw to a quick word from some of our sponsors here, just while we set up all the safety equipment at the bottom end. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today. Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Well, welcome back everybody to the 2023 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway, featuring the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship, as well as Pro Slammer and their championship. And also what we're watching at the moment, and we've been watching all morning, the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series. If you haven't been down to the pitch yet, guys, if you go down the stairs and you head towards the big marina transporter, you'll see some of the products from Speed Addict Clothing Company. So as Steve said, we're about to get into the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. This is round 3. For the kids that are doing an amazing job this weekend. As I've said many a time here at Sydney Dragway, they are the future of our sport. And it's good to see every single sponsor that is on these cars getting behind them and helping them out on their motorsport journey.
Exactly right, Stu. We started with 37 of them this morning, down to 9-ish now. So the field getting progressively smaller with each round of eliminations. Not too far away from giving this pair the fire up signal. Just got a couple of our track walkers down in the braking area. I do say that's what we're waiting for at the moment. The all clear from them.
Well, we're not too far away, ladies and gentlemen. After this round of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championships, before we jump into the pro classes.
Exactly right, Stu. We're around about an hour away from the opening ceremony here at Sydney Dragway. So you've still got some time to get your friends keen to get down here. Get them to jump online. www.sydneydragway.com.au. Follow the links to the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Grab your tickets online. They're a little bit cheaper. Still plenty of room in the venue. Shaping up to be a fantastic afternoons at racing here. Blue skies. It's not stinking hot. It's quite pleasant outside. Had a cracker of a day yesterday.
Oh, did we what? I'll tell you what, you know, just touching on qualifying, Steve, just going back to yesterday and particularly focusing on the pro classes, you know, the first round of Top Fuel with their qualifying sort of opened my eyes a little bit. They were throwing a lot at it last night to try and get those cars down that track.
Yes, they were. I mean, I think it was fantastic to see Phil Lamontina run that 377. He had a big smile on his face. Haven't seen him smile like that in a long time. Unfortunately, on the second round of qualifying, he burnt some parts up, but they're just trying to improve. You know, all these racers want to see the win lights in their lane. They want to see the one next to their name in the their name in qualifying lists. It means something special to them. Also, we saw some good checkout passes from some of the other categories. The John Zappia, a bit of a standout in Pro Slammer 564, I think it was, 257 mile an hour in Top Door Slammer. But on track now, Stuart, we've got Alira Cardam dialed in with an 8.01 in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Siobhan Harvey in the Rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.04, so only 0.03 of a second head start going to Siobhan in the Yuasa Batteries car.
So say quick hello to Matt Pickard from the Perth Motorplex team. G'day, Matt. Hope you're enjoying all the action from here in Sydney.
Harvey into full stage, Cardam now into full stage. The tree will count down simultaneously pretty much. 0.95 for Harvey, 1.44 the reaction time for Cardam. Harvey with a big advantage marching to the finish line and will take the win. 8.05 with a 4, 81 mile an hour through the finish line. Cardam with an 8.08 with a 4 and an 8.01, but I think the telling story there was the reaction time. Next pair up will be Carl Schulz from Corunna Downs in Queensland. Dialed in with a 7.95. He will be chasing Alex Rafalo. Rafalo dialed in with an 8.04 in the Rocket lane. Again, another one of these tight races. There'll be about a 10th difference on the start line. Rafalo into pre-stage, waiting patiently. Schul's just being guided in ever so slowly. Into pre-stage now. Oh, Rafalo in. Oh, now he's into deep stage. He was having trouble to move forward. I think the car moved more than he wanted it to. And there's the red light. 043 red. Handing the win to Carl Schulz in the Aeroflow lane. And Schulz run through with a 796 with a 9 on the 795. 185 reaction time there for him. Rafalo's start line technique was just messed up a little bit there, trying to get into stage. And you know, when you're a creature of habit, it's a tricky thing to do to regain your focus in such a short period of time.
All right, Johnny Lucci has been taking some scalps this morning. He's up against Harry Ryko, who's dialed in with a 7.98. Let's see whether Johnny in the C-Class Junior can knock out another A-Class. Great to see the younger kids doing really, really well.
$12.07 the dial in for Lucci. $7.98 the dial in for Reiko. Lucci away with an 083. Reiko with a 013. Off in hop for Stu. Will he get there, Stu? He's still got some distance to cover. He does. He gets there. Double breakout. 795 with an 8 on a 798 will take the win. Got there by 0.06 of a second. I think Lucci had that thing pegged, hoping that Harry wasn't going to come around him.
Absolutely. Sarah Osborne from Lamb Warren in Victoria in the Boss Junior Dragster, dialing in with a 792, and Levi Nazevic in the Addicted Performance A-Class Junior, who's dialed in with a 7.95.
Yeah, so nothing in this one with the reaction times. Sorry, the dial-in's only 0.03 of a second between the two. Both races from Victoria. It's great to see such a good interstate showing from races all over the country to be here at Sydney Dragway this weekend. 048 on the tree for Osborne. 128 there for Knezovic. I think Osborne should see the win light, and she does. Goes 796 with a 2 on a 792 to take the win. Got there by around about 1/10 of a second. And it looks like Ryan Pettiford lucky enough to score the solo run into the next round. He was our number 2 qualifier yesterday with a 860 with a 9. Running in B Junior Dragster. Of course, those races looking for an 860. So they split the seating up to whoever is closest to their qualifying for their category, which makes it fairer for everybody.
Well, .016 on the tree for Ryan. That is going to be a killer pass. Good way to test that dial in. He goes an 864 with an 8 on an 864 dial in.
Yeah, nice. So 24 thousandths of a second, the package deal there for Ryan. So 9 becomes 5. And that concludes the round of Junior Dragster. Next up, we should be moving into Street Fighter. We can see those cars rolling forward in the staging lanes. Of course, Street Fighter introduced into racing a few years ago with the idea of getting more grassroots races into the sport. It's a natural progression from those that come to our Wednesday night street meets that want to give the full experience of drag racing a go with dial-ins and reaction times and running for a trophy rather than just a time slip.
Yeah, it's a great effort. And to those people that it's your first time here at Sydney Dragway, guys, make sure you come out on a Wednesday night street meet. It's a fun night out. And the last couple of weeks, we've had well over 100 vehicles racing.
It's been a pretty good atmosphere the last couple of weeks, which has been fantastic to see. And of course, on the Wednesday nights, we give away a little bit of money, given that the entries are sufficient. If you're in the top 3 reaction times of the night,
yep,
you'll take home a small prize pool.
Yep. The fastest reaction time on the night, providing we get enough cars, you get $300. Person that comes second gets $200. And the third fastest reaction time gets $100. And then if the bug bites, as Steve just said, jump into Street Fighter.
That's exactly right. If cars aren't your thing, of course, we have a street bike, which of course is for the same reasons, but obviously a two-wheeled. This will be a two-wheeled vehicle that you ride, and yeah, both those categories have proved to do exactly what they're intended to do. We now see some of those races that started in street bike in modified bike, for example, and also Street Fighter. They then step up into super street, super sedan, etc., etc. We shouldn't be too far away from firing the next pair of cars, which will be Sean Darnell and Nicholas Bennett. Bennett all the way from Mudgee in the Mudgee Carpet Court Holden Gemini. 202 power plant on board for the Gemini. Darnell with a big burnout. 13.25, his dial in.
All right, the little Holden Gemini up against the Hyundai i30N. Oh, 0.049 on the tree there from Sean. 0.144 on the tree there for Nick Bennett.
Near enough to a 10th advantage going to the Hyundai. You can hear him winding it out at the top end of the racetrack. Darnell will take it 16.67 with a 6 on a 16.60. 81 mile an hour through the finish line there.
Mr. Consistent doing a great job out there. Darren Moody now out there in the IXL Auto Electrical Holden Ute, taking on Scott Goodinson in the Pro Car Mechanical at Taree. Mitsubishi Legnum, the V6 Turbo on board for him.
Goodison's thrown it away on the start line. 183 red light. That's a fairly decent red light. Moody will take the win here. Just to give you an idea, Moody's Ute there has just gone 883 to the 660 or half track, which is where the juniors are running to, and we've just seen a heap of the juniors run under 8 seconds. So near enough to 0.8 of a second faster than Darren Moody's Ute there.
All right, Wayne Smith in the HSV Club Sport, he's dialed in with a 13.45, and Jack Matosevic in the Modern Style Kitchens Barra-powered Falcon, he's dialed in with a 14.2.
Yeah, Jack will be chased down by Smith in the Club Sport. Both races into full stage. A 1:38 reaction time for Jack. 2:14 for Wayne Smith in the airflow lane. Smith with a little bit of work to do. Matorcevic out in front at the moment and will take the win. 14.23 on a 14.20. 97 mile an hour. Next up will be Don Zammit with the solo. Commodore wagon for DHL. Out of Claremont Meadows, not too far away.
No, he's a very, very tough competitor, Don Zammit, in this class. Well, .080 on the tree there for Don Zammit. To half track with an 8.52. And cruises on through with a 13.08 with a 7 on a 13.02 dial-in. As we're getting into the second round of Chicago Shootout for street bike. And we got Matt Duff down there on the Harley Davidson from the Sydney Random Riders. Well, Greg Haradam, .024 on the tree on an 11.10 dial-in. And the win goes to Matt Duff. Unfortunately, a breakout there for Greg Haradam on board the Kawasaki ZX14. Right, Stefan Stavala out now, the Little Tokyo VP Race Fuels Harley Davidson Night Rod. He's dialed in with a 10 flat, and he's taking on Adrian Watson on the Shed Built Racing Yamaha R6.
Just waiting on Stefala to move into full stage. We see that arm, the elbow way up in the air, ready to crank that throttle down. 0.57 reaction time for the Night Rod. 0.96 there for the Yamaha, side by side across the finish line. 10.13 with an 132 mile an hour for Stefala on a 10.00 dial in. Next up, we'll see Michael Richards and Mick Close doing battle.
Yeah, Michael Richards on board the 750cc Suzuki, dialing in with the 1050, and the Yamaha R1 dialing in with the 1080. On 0.95 for Michael Richards. Mick Close has got to play the game, but he doesn't get there. Michael Richards, a 1050 with a 4 on a 1050 dial-in. Very, very well done there for Michael Richards. All right, Phil Gardner in the on board the 222 Racing Yamaha 900, dialing in with the 1099. Jesse Barnes on the Pro Tune Motorcycles Yamaha YZF-R3, dialing in with 14.05.
Yeah, Jesse tying first with our point score for the Speed Dating Clothing Co. Championship Series. That little 320cc Yamaha serving him well so far this year. New to racing, he's taken home trophies on each of the previous rounds that we've won, and he's working his way to the next one. 13.98 with a 6 there. Went quicker than the dial-in, but under it by less. And we'll take the win points.
Right, Sean Close on board the Suzuki GXS-XF 750, dialing in with the 1290. He's taking on Joe Borg on the Kawasaki ZX14, who's dialed in with a 1020. Or 2.248 on the tree there for Sean, 0.101 for Joe Borg. And the win goes to Joe Borg. Unfortunately, a breakout there for Sean Close. He went 12.87 on a 12.90 dial-in.
Yeah, he stayed in the throttle there, I think, to try and keep in front of Borg, but Borg crossed the center line, the finish line first there. Next up, we'll have Ronnie Gilb and Tristan Anderson. Anderson running for Revelry Cycles. The Royal Enfield twin, 1270 the dial in for him. Ronnie Gilb on the Kawasaki, 1100. Tristan away with a 2.53 reaction time, 0.90 on the tree for Gilb. Drawing up beside the Royal Enfield and taking the win. 10.99 with a 3, 1.16 for Gilb to take the win there. And the solo of the round will go to Angela Phipps Hunt from Pitttown. Running for Baxter's MTQ. Fittings 24/7. As a party racing. 10.35 the dial in here. 1.06 her reaction time. Straight down the center of the aeroflow lane. 10.36 with a 4. 1.43 mile an hour.
Yeah, good pass there from Angela on board the Jexer.
And I think that concludes our street bike category. You can see the Go Logistics Super Street cars moving under the tower here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, we got Henry Speakak just below us here in the commentary box in that giant killing Volkswagen Beetle.
Speakak's been doing some pretty good reaction times of late as well, certainly helping him get through the rounds of racing.
It just goes to show, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to have the fastest car to go rounds.
Now, of course, as we can see here, the whole idea of sportsman racing is that the racers are handicapped between the two cars. The driver or rider nominate that handicap based on a dial-in, a self-nominated time. The slower car will leave first, as we've been seeing, with the idea being that they're neck and neck across the finish line. Doesn't always happen because the cars or bikes don't run the same times every time, and the drivers don't react the same every time.
That's right. The temperature and barometric pressure all has a fair bit to do with it as well. Henry dialing in with an 11.86, and Mark Hopkins in the Hurricane Metal Roofing Tirana dialing in with a 10.82.
It's good to see Speakak back behind the wheel of the V-Dub. Been racing his Commodore Ute for the last, what seems like a year or two. 11.86 the dial in for the Volkswagen. Of course, manually shifted because automatic wasn't an option.
That's a real car, mate. 3 pedals. Oh, Henry had to have a good hard look at the lights because Mark Hopkins went .061. Both of them very, very good on the lights in their own right. But Mark Hopkins is through to the next round of Super Street at 10.86 on a 10.82 dial in. Chris Zammit coming out now in the VT Commodore, who's dialed in with an 11.77. In beside him, Martin Stevenson in the Power Plus Race Fuels HQ panel van. He's dialed in with a 10.30.
Just waiting on Stevenson. He's in their pre-stage now. He will have to wait nearly 1.5 seconds. And he didn't wait that time. Brought the red light up on the start line, handing the win to Chris Zammit in the Commodore. Zammit tested the dial in 11.75 with a 6, 1.14 mile an hour. little bit too quick, but doesn't matter. He still gets the win. Next up, we'll see Tim Ritzrow in the VX Commodore, dialed in with an 1164. Goodwin in the Monaro. He's dialed in with an 1110. So 0.54 head start going to the Commodore sedan in the airflow lane.
Oh, .002 on the tree there for Tim Ritzrow.
Not sure if Goodwin's going to get around him. 2.5 tenths is a lot to make up in a 400-metre drag race. He does not. 11.77 with a 3. 116 mile an hour for Ritzrow to take the win. Goodwin breaks out in the process.
All right, we've got a battle of the heavyweights down on track now. Guy Greenland in the scrapyard, sponsored Holden Ballina Wagon, about to take on Luke Griffiths, the Tex Automotive Plymouth Satellite. I'm sure there's a few people up in the crowd that be saying, nah, there's no car but a Mopar. And this is the way, 505 cubes of Plymouth power.
All right, Tex is in there now. The trio countdown for Greenland first. We hear that supercharger scream once more. 0.76 on the tree for Guy Greenland. 0.46 for Tex Griffiths. The satellite with the advantage, but does not make it count. Greenland gets there first by 7/10,000ths of a second.
Wow.
Not 7,000, 7/10,000ths of a second.
That's crazy.
That's like a couple of coats of paint, I reckon, across the finish line there. Greenland stuck with his guns, and they would have been side by side nearly all the way down the racetrack. They left pretty much together, and they certainly crossed the finish line together. All right, our next category is Super Sedan, and we've got Simon Bonello in the Silver Falcon, taking on Peter Tanikas in the orange model. Don't see this too much these days. Two old Falcons doing battle. Lots of RPM on board there for Bonello.
Well, Simon Bonello, .034 on the tree. Peter Sekenis goes an 874 to a 942 there for Simon Bonello.
Our next pairing moving forward. Peter Ferlanetto from Seafood Rise in South Australia. The big toe from South Australia, running for PBM Earth Moving. 867 the dial in for the Blue Falcon. He's taking on Michael Little. He's come all the way from Forbes. Not as far as South Australia, but it's still not around the corner.
Absolutely not. That 598 cube Ford motor is sounding super sweet. Running some form of power adder on board for Peter. Designated as SSAA. Michael Little, all naturally aspirated, the 434 cubed Chev on board for Michael.
Little looks like he's lined up, not quite in a straight line, pointing towards the Aeroflow sign almost. Unfortunately for Peter Linetto, he's bumped through the start line, gone to go up on the trans brake and rolled through. The crew all put their hands up in the air at the same time. It was a uniform reaction. Peter Linetto, unfortunately, out of competition, no time recorded. Michael Little went through 9. It's 26 with an 8. Had an O reaction time there.
All right, Graham Blackman from Tumbarumba and the Queanbeyan Engine Services Ford Cortina. He's dialed in with a 10.66. And Andrew Little from Forbes in the 67 Chev Camaro. He's dialed in with a 9.63. Graham Blackman has been on a good roll so far. Let's see whether he can take another scalp.
Yeah, about a second head start going to Andrew Little in the rocket lane here, Stu.
This also has championship implications as well. If Graham Blackman can get around Andrew Little.
Oh, Blackman's making a race of it. 0.48, the better of the two. 0.96 on the tree for Little. The Camaro with some work to do, and he doesn't get there. Blackman went across the finish line first, double breakout, but he went under by the least 10.65 with an 8 on a 10.66. So 0.02 of a second under the dial-in, but Little chasing a little bit harder, went further under the dial-in.
Well, that's just taking Andrew out of the equation for the championship, so Andrew was in the top 5. As we see Nathan White in the Grants Performance VL Commodore come out now, dialing in with 9.20. John Pellis in the Hastings Automotive HQ, dialing in with a 9.37. Oh, a red light there for John Pellis. Nathan White has got the instant win. And he's through to the next round of a Super Sedan as Brett McNiff comes out in this beautiful looking Valiant of his. Been racing this car for a long, long time. He's dialed in with a 9.05. And Joe Bresciano in the 68 Chev Camaro. He's dialed in with a 9.22, 374 cube small block Chev in the front of the 68 Chev Camaro. And of course the 426 cube Chrysler motor in the front of the Valiant.
McNiff will do the chasing here, 9.05 to a 9.22. McNiff, 0.17 red, but a 0.001 on the tree for Bresciano. It would have been tough to beat from there. Oh, a little bit of smoke out of McNiff's car, around about 1,000 foot. And it's still there a little bit when the chutes come out.
Yeah, just into the braking area, so our track walkers down at the end of the quarter mile, that we'll have a good hard look at the track. Just to make sure there is nothing untoward that has come out of the back of the big valve.
Yeah, both cars around the turn at the bottom end of the racetrack safely. But there was a definite release of some smoke there out of McNiff's car at about 1,000 foot, I thought. Maybe a little bit later. But Bresciano, 0.001 on the tree there, runs 9.27 with a 1 on a 9.22.
So our awesome track crew out there just having a good hard look, particularly down the end of the quarter mile.
Around about half an hour away from our scheduled opening ceremony time. A little bit of time to grab yourself something to eat, something to drink. Get ready for the more formal part of today's racing, and of course into the first round of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship Series.
We've got a little bit of liquid just in the burnout area that's looks like it has come out of Brett's car. So we're just checking the very end of the rocket lane. From about 1,000 foot down. Just double check there is no fluid down that section. It only smoked from around the end of the track, so touch wood. There's not too much down there at all.
good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we've had a little bit of a mishap out of the car of Brett McNiff, and unfortunately we're just going to clean the track up there. We can see the track staff here at Sydney Dragway have swung into action and already running the tractors over the fluid down in the braking area and on the end of the quarter mile in the rocket lane. So we shouldn't be too far away from getting back underway. We've got the last of the super sedan cars sitting down in the lanes. The next category out will be modified. We can see those cars already in the staging lanes behind us, ready to go. Racers already in their cars. The dial-ins would have already been set. They're ready to come out for their next round of racing. Not too far away from the opening ceremony here. The 2023 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs at Sydney Dragway, scheduled to kick off at 1:30 this afternoon. With the first round of Top Fuel scheduled to start at around 2:01 p.m. this afternoon. If you're joining us on the live stream, you can see the tractors cleaning up the rocket lane here. We won't be too far away. From 1:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, which is around about 43 minutes from now, you'll need to switch to 7 Plus or the 7 Plus app for your mobile device to continue watching the live stream. I'm currently on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube page. If you're watching us from international, you'll need to go to flowtv.com. I hope you understand that these mechanical devices do unfortunately break down every now and then. And it's our track staff's job to clean that up as quick as possible and get back underway with some racing. Of course, if you didn't join us last night, either at the racetrack or via the live stream, we saw some pretty good runs in the top fuel category. Phil Lamatina, top qualified with a 3:77 second pass. John Zappia in door slammer went 5:64, I think it was, with a 2:57 mile an hour. That Holden Monaro still improving every time it comes out.
Yeah, and Lisa Gregorini doing a great job as well last night in her Pro Slammer. Okay, Harry Plessis, the Aerolec Electrical XWGT Falcon. .02 dial in there for Harry.
Running the car out the back door, testing the dial in. 902 the dial in. 902 with a 1 is the run that he does. 1/1000th of a second above that nominated handicap. 150.98 miles an hour there. We're going to move into a modified eliminator now. We've got Jenny Petrie in the Wildfire Fiat, taking on Kelsey Walford-Lay in the Skips Fire Service T-Bucket Altered. Kelsey dialed in a 984 in the rocket lane. Sorry, a 784, beg your pardon. Taking on Jenny Petrie, who's dialed in with an 839. I'll get it right.
That's all right.
So we have around about half a second head start going to the Wildfire Fiat. Petrie been running this car for quite some time here at Sydney Dragway. Kelsey Walford-Lay getting into the 7-second zone fairly recently, but the car improving from that. The last couple of times has come out to Sydney Dragway. Now dialed in with a 784. Both cars, the metallics looking absolutely splendid here at the Sunshine at Sydney Dragway. The gold metallic for Kelsey. There's a rainbow sort of metal flake in the Wildfire Fiat.
And Kelsey Walford with that beautiful gold looking dragster. 0.136 on the tree there for Kelsey Walford-Lay. And Jenny, unfortunately, a red light. So Kelsey through to the next round, as we've got a pair of dragsters down on track. We've got Alison Stewart in the LA Racing Lubricants rear engine dragster, otherwise known colloquially as Boss Bullet. And in beside her, Danielle McCaskill in the Mark 1 Welding dragster, who's dialed in with a 7.33, and Alison Stewart 8.05. All forward power, just a small motor in this dragster, only 390 cubes. And Danielle has got 555 cubes on board that dragster of hers.
Yeah, near enough to 0.7 of a second head start going to Alison Stewart in the Aeroflow lane. Danielle will have to chase her down, hopefully being neck and neck at the finish line. McCaskill stepped out of Junior Dragster a few years ago, run Street Fighter a couple of times, and has recently stepped behind the wheel of this S&W Dragster. 090 on the tree for Alison Stewart, 094 for McCaskill. And Stewart will take it, 8.05 with a 6.165 through the finish line.
We've got a problem on the start line, mate. Massive problem on the start line there. CJ Davies has gone to do his burnout. Unfortunately, a gentleman has been knocked over on the start line.
It says, please proceed to level 2 of the control tower to be escorted to our board room. Does anyone know where Wade is at all?
He's your
Where's the ambulance? Oh, there's the ambulance.
Yeah.
Geez, took its time getting there.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking too. Exactly what I was thinking, Brian. CJ would be absolutely okay.
Do you know who it is? Who the guy?
The driver is CJ Davies, but I don't know who, unless it's one of his crew members.
Yeah, we think so. You think that'd be...
But that's what I don't get. He's gone to start his burnout, and I don't know whether it was his crew or the person before who's gone to move out the lane. And it just seems weird that they let him do the burnout.
Okay, no worries. Thanks, mate.
Good, I'll take you downstairs.
She just run. I dare say he's turned around.
And CJ's doing the burnout. Well, Daniel Moore heading down the aeroflow lane. Something flew off the car. I'm not really quite sure exactly what it was. Or was that off Jess Turner's car, Steve? Yes, so unfortunately there for what looks like Jess Turner. Unfortunately there, it looks like it's just popped the scoop off.
All right, I dare say we're not too far away from firing the next pair of cars. We have Stephanie Heismans in the aeroflow lane to take on George Bukareshvili in the front engine dragster. Bukareshvili qualified well yesterday. He's dialed in with a 782. He'll give half a second head start to Heismans in the altered.
You just see on our monitor that's looking at the staging lanes, ladies and gentlemen. Top Fuel not too far away. You can see the cars in the staging lanes.
Yeah, they're at the head of the staging lanes, which tell me that they'll be running or coming through in the next few minutes. Bukareshvili will move forward to complete his burnout in the Race Max Direct. Front engine dragster, 365 cubes of LS power plant. Running for Advanced Product Design, Brian Tui Racing and Platinum Powder Coating. This little 365 cube engine pushes this front engine dragster into the sevens. As I said, dialed in with a 782. Stephanie Heismans from Spring Hill. Running for Great Western Auto Wreckers and Auto 1 at Orange. She's got the 509 cubic inch big block Chev on board, dialed in with an 832. She'll be given half a second head start.
And Stephanie's backup crew, well, they've changed the tutu to somebody else now.
Yeah, it's been handed around this weekend. I think each time she's come out, there's been a different crew member wearing it, but all in a bit of fun. Let's see what Bukareshvili can do here. Heisman's going to try the best she can to hold George at bay. Modified Eliminator, always extremely tight racing. Consistent cars, good reaction times. Here the RPM come up. Heisman's to lead first, goes 0.42 on the tree. Bukareshvili with an 0.39. There's 3,000s in it off the start line. Who will it be at the finish line? Bukareshvili gets it. It was a double breakout. He went under his dial in. 781 with a 9 on a 782. So 1,000's too quick, but still gets the win. He was under the dial in by the least. Heisman's also went under as well. Bukareshvili will move into the next round. So Peter Carlton will take a solo run here. Running for Swale, Riverview Island, Maxville Mowers and Auto Centre. And at number 1, Engineering, dialed in with a 888. 888 is his nominated time. Little 350 cube small block injected engine in front of Peter there in the old style front engine dragster. Running straight down the centre of the airflow lane at the minute. Shoots out across the finish line. 890 with a 9. 147 miles an hour. He'll move on to the next round of Modified Eliminator. Next pairing out, we'll see Adriana McCaskill and Lee Hartill-Law do battle. Beg your pardon, it's Adriana Cartledge. The name's changed between the last time I saw it.
You know what? I had to think about that too when I was calling it earlier. I'm like, oh man.
Force of habit. Sorry about that, Adriana.
And Lee Hartill-Law, the 27 T-Bucket, 440 cube Windsor motor on board.
The dragster dialed in with a 704, giving away some 9/10 of a second to Hartill-Law in the little hot rod. Cartledge will have to focus on that starting line, get that good reaction time and chase Lee down. The problem that she's got is Lee is pretty sharp on the tree as well. Little Ford Windsor in the hot rod, only 440 cubes. Quite small in comparison to Cartledge's 598. So we've got a little bit of a staging duel here. No racer even looking like they want to go in. No RPM fluctuation, no nothing. They're just sitting there idling. Hartill-Law in there now has brought that second white light on. Cartledge with 20 seconds to bump in. Lee away with an 022 in the hot rod. 065 for Cartledge in the dragster. She's off in hot pursuit, but I don't know if she'll get there. No, she does not. 798 with an 8 on a 795 for Lee Hartill-Law to take the win. Cartledge broke out trying to chase Hartill-Law down by 2 thousandths, but Hartill-Law crossed the finish line first by 39 10 thousandths of a second across the finish line. I picked it as being a tight race, and that's exactly what it was. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, our top fuel dragsters are now filling the fire-up area in front of the tower here at Sydney Dragway. Suggest if you can't see the racing track, I suggest you make your way to either the eastern mound or the western mound and grab yourself a posse.